Federico, but how should I share my screen? If I share it entirely, I cannot read my script, right? These are the options. So I either go slide by slide, or I do entire screen.
What are you using to present?
Nothing, I just have this big Chrome. Each tab is a slide.
Okay, show me what you want to show and see.
Okay. So I want to start with this one.
Okay. And
then with this one, and then these are,
all right,
live. And like this, all the slides.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to be able to pick at my script, if it's possible.
Okay. Then you just share the window, this window. So what you do here is when you go to share, let's see.
Okay.
And okay, cancel.
I think
you need
no.
Hello, can anyone hear me now?
Yes. Hi.
Oh, let's start.
So this is the one. A window.
Can you still hear me if I use this microphone?
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. I think I've solved my problems then. Hello, everyone. We're currently live, but we're still getting ready, I think. Thank you for your patience.
How did you share that? That's just the window. I'm not using the. So you can go there to some other still showing the screen, window. Yes, just a browser. You can use my laptop. No, it's local. It's a browser, but local. I have some scripts here. Oh, okay, but I thought that your notes are local. Everything is local. Homegrown.
Cool. So we have Berlin here. Looks like we have Barcelona and Linz as well. So I think we are nearly ready to start.
No, but I don't see what I want to share. Yeah, but you see now, you see this one.
I'm just going to dash to the loo. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And then hopefully we'll be ready for everything.
Okay. Cool.
Now you're sharing your full display, not just the window.
Yeah, but with just the window, it didn't work.
Okay.
Try again. So, share screen. Entire screen or window?
Depends on what you want to show.
I want to show this screen, but I want to be able to navigate here without showing it.
Yeah, window.
Window.
Yeah.
That's what I did. And look, if I
And
do.
now you're doing it with this browser.
Yes.
The thing you want to show is
the same browser. In the same browser.
Okay, then just go on there.
Yes.
And they have to put you on the stage. There it is. Voila.
It's cool. Oh man, technology. Okay. Shall we start? Or?
Ask Alex.
He's gone.
The portable ones.
Yeah.
Fluffy ones.
Yeah. Okay, Alex, you there? Doesn't look like he's there. But we're super ready now with
No, apparently it's there, no? Alex is back.
Yeah, now he's arrived. I can see him sitting.
Sorry about that.
I'm just my camera.
Yeah,
I do just go to the loo quickly. I'm a bit backlit, so I probably look like a shadow, but hopefully you can hear me okay.
yeah. We can hear you and see your silhouette.
Great. I'll try in a minute. So yes, welcome to this conference. It's the first conference on algorithmic patterns in the creative arts, but we did have a event called the Algorithmic Pattern Salon 2 years ago. So this is a continuation of that, really. So the conference is organised by Vanel, A.A. Noel, myself, Annie Reddy, Dave Griffiths, Ivan Paz, Laura Devendorf, Lizzie Wilson, Lucy Cheeseman and Ray Morrison, but very happily UDK Berlin has joined us as well, and there's a lot of speakers joining from Berlin, which would be great. Thanks to Berit and Federico, Berit Grinke and Federico Rizzi to organising that with the Wearable Computing Group. There's also people joining us, I think, in Service Linz, which is amazing, and also Axolot Barcelona. So thanks for Ivan and all the people in Barcelona and Gorka in Linz for joining us. So the conference is about, sorry about this back projection. The conference is about algorithmic patterns, obviously. So I guess we know patterns, algorithms in terms of the code. So a lot of the presentations might focus on the kind of procedures behind these patterns, but just as important, if not more important, is the kind of material of patterns. So things like if you take a pattern and apply it to, say, the weft and warp of weaving, how they're interlaced, you'll get something very different than if you applied it to sound, which takes place over time, whereas weaving is made over time, but you don't experience it as a time-based performance. And so the kind of material really transforms what happens in the code. And then wider, other presentations will focus on the culture of pattern making. So these are kind of 3 different steps from the code to the material to culture, and then back again, creating a feedback loop over millennia. Anyway, that's just to warm up the stream. I hope you're all comfortable, have your cups of tea, and so I shall welcome Niku to the stage. I think I need to also add your slides. There we go. And I think hopefully we can now hear you and we'll be able to enjoy your presentation. Is that right?
Yes.
Great, I can hear you, yes. Right. Take it away then.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Hello, everybody. I'm Nicu Popescu, generative artist from Romania, and I'm going to share today with you some insights from my paper, Algorithmic Archaeology of Folk Motifs. While I was experimenting with the reaction diffusion systems in P5.js, I was struck by some outputs that resembled motifs that looked very familiar from my childhood, from my grandparents' house, from carpets, traditional carpets, embroideries, and later on also these echoed in my travels. I've seen similar patterns in Peru and as such. And I thought maybe I could I could make a code that would create folk designs. But the motifs I generated, while they look similar to the folk motifs, they were not identical. And maybe any ethnographer would call me out. And even if these patterns would have been exact, folk designs aren't usually just single motifs. They are layered narratives carrying stories I didn't want to fake in code. Okay. So, years later, which is this year, I flipped that question around, and instead of chasing meaning of designs, I just asked myself, what if I could just create a code that would replicate the building codes, the building blocks of these motifs. And this is my discovery, that I could use reaction diffusion systems to generate such motifs, because the resemblance is quite strange in my opinion. This is an example. That's an embroidery from a blouse, and that's reaction diffusion generated. So that's just generated by code. It does not trace in any way that motif. I will show you. So what exactly are reaction diffusion systems? These are quite simple mathematical models that are explaining chemical explaining chemical diffusion across spatial grid between two substances, two or more substances. We can call them A and B. You can visualize it here. The black spots are the difference between the substance A and substance B and their concentration. And by just altering the parameters, as I've told you, I could get from this rather chaotic but organic looking pattern output to something that resembles folk designs. Okay. Reaction diffusion has first been introduced by mathematician Alex Turing. So reaction diffusion is an older model, but Alan Turing, in his book, The Chemical Basis of Morphogenesis, explained that this could also function. They were thoroughly studied in chemistry, but he extended their meaning to biology. And using these equations, he could generate models like this one, or this one, emulating natural patterns. Using the exact same code that you've seen for the zebra stripes or leopard spots, but a central seed, you will see that we can get a quite folk-looking pattern that evolves in time. So these systems show remarkable qualities, in my opinion, resembling patterns that are culturally significant and aesthetically pleasing. And my idea is, what if there is an underlying universal law that actually influences our shared human perception? I'm just going to let it evolve. It is the same code that generated the spots, but only the grid is initialized with the substances A and B. A is full, it's 1, and B is 0. And randomly from place to place, B has another value. While in this case, the central part is B equal 1. And just because I didn't go random and I only use a central seed, it generates very symmetrical mirrored pattern, often found in folk designs. So local interactions generate a global order. So to recap, this is the exact same code as this one. So we can see emergent complexity from very simple rules. The spatial grid I was talking about, we are, in the spatial grid, we are considering for each cell. This one is, for example, 100 by 100. For each cell, we are considering a Moore neighborhood, which is the 8 cells around it and itself. Later on, 2 more parameters were added to the mix, feed and kill ratio, which describe the way these these patterns evolve. It's like a tug of war. While one substance disperses, the other suppresses. I went a bit further, and I went further from the classical reaction diffusion model, which generated what you've seen previously, and used 4 seeds here to try to replicate a more complex motif, often found in carpets and other traditional things. All these demos are dynamic and tweakable. You can find them in the in my paper, and try to modify the parameters, which I'm doing now, and see the way they evolve. So I think this resemblance is not just a coincidence. I think there might be some underlying principles that are governing our affinity to certain shapes across cultures. For example, taking the wave motif, which is found in many cultures and distant cultures and across time. This, the first one is from ancient Greece. The second one also Spain, Iron Age, and we can see the same motif replicated. It is the wave motif, which is and also from pre-Columbian Mexican culture. It symbolizes values like values. It symbolizes traditions and cyclicity, evolution, journey. What is interesting, not only the fact that we can find these patterns across the world and across time, but we can generate them with that same algorithm that can make zebra spots, zebra stripes, and leopard spots. For example, the one on the left, it's an embroidery, and the one on the right is something I generated with the dynamic script that you can also find in the paper. And I can show you a live evolution of it. So reaction diffusion cannot only make rhombi, stars, and crosses, but also this spiral stuff. So it's just a matter of seeding, and I added a bit of color to be more obvious. But for me, the mirroring and the repetition of the pattern is quite striking. Okay, this is another one. This is from a carpet, an old Oltenia carpet. It's a historical region in my country, but as I told you, these patterns are, I think, they are everywhere, and they are quite similar. So the row on top is generated with the reaction diffusion. And this old carpet, if you see, it mirrors the same structures. This is emulating some embroidery. I'm tweaking the parameters as we go, but you can try and play with the code that is in my paper. There's the first one. Okay, so what I'm proposing here is actually a question. I'm not an ethnographer nor an archaeologist, but I'm saying that maybe the patterns are not passed down necessarily, or they don't need to be passed down from generation to generation, but they could be emerging by themselves. And because of a shared human response. I have a nice phrase for that, but okay. Okay, yes. What I'm trying to say that traditional might be less about innovation and more about resonance with the same forces that shape animal skin, cloud formation, and coral. Okay, this is another. So the colored outputs that I've been showing you are heavily modified systems, and the black and white models that I've been showing, like this one. I can find it. They're actually the same equation that Gray, Scott, and Turing used to produce the natural patterns. So while I admit that I kind of modified these ones, I only modified the parameters. The idea stays the same: local order generating global order. So from simple rules, we can obtain quite complex results. Some more. I think I'm lost in notes. If you have any questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, are there any questions in Berlin or on the stream? Thank you very much, Niku. Hope you can actually see me now.
Yeah, we got some questions in Berlin, Alex. Shall I?
Do you want to share them, and I'll leave you alone?
Okay, thanks.
Hey, yeah, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, because in these examples, you oftentimes put like 4 seeds, but already the seeds themselves are creating like symmetrical shapes.
Yes, this is the example you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually only one place I used 4 seeds to try to make some more complex designs.
But will it always be symmetrical? Because, for example, in the beginning, when you had the more organic zebra-inspired patterns, they were not symmetrical at all, no? Like
because there I used the central, I used the random scattered seed which was random. And here I'm using the same seed, but in the four centers that you've seen there, you know. But they're not repeating. Let me just. I'm going to exemplify. Okay, so what's the question?
Yeah, I was just curious if, like, even if you put like a single seed, if it's always going to be symmetrical, or what
Not
causes the
necessarily.
symmetry
Not
exactly?
necessarily. But if I just put a single, it's not a single. I'm using like a square, so a defined area in the center for the symmetrical ones. It's like a square where the substance, the second substance, let's call it B, it has some bigger value than 0. If the seed is symmetrical, the output is going to be symmetrical.
Okay.
It's going to grow from that. I will demonstrate this one.
So the seed has a shape.
The seed has a shape and determines the output. But in the same time, look, there, the zebra, it's also something I made. It's dynamic, but you have to be in front of it to be alive. And there's no seed there. Only when you pass by it, it alters some of the grid. And as you see, that's not symmetrical at all. But if you go symmetrically, yes, it's going to be symmetrical.
Okay,
The result is going to be symmetrical.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I think I have more idea now. But you also say you have the documentation in your paper. So
Yes.
I
I explained the parameters there, the seeding strategies for each of.
I think I need to play around with it a bit myself.
Yeah, would help.
We
Okay, thanks.
have a question online. Shall I jump in with that?
Sure.
So there's one from Maria Jose who asks, can the patterns be woven? And Madeline Shepherd, who asked relatedly, I'd like to know if the final patterns can be exported to, have you explored kind of having these patterns travel to other materials? Thank you.
Yes, they can be woven if you have the patience. And definitely you can export them. So far I just exported them as images, but I guess you could go 3D or something. I don't know if this answers the question.
Yes, sorry, was there one more question in Berlin?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm very interested in your hypothesis that cross-culturally there is something resonance with the patterns or pattern making. Because I just found this is from Yunnan, from China. They have crazy similarities. And like when when Leon jumped to the question, if it is symmetrical, I think that's cross-culturally, all the patterns are making intentionally with this symmetrical kind of patterns. And also in the patterns, if we see the abstraction in the very early times, but how that happens is through travel or when they started. But from my own research background, it's on this Guqin music. So there, it's a script. They written the sound language. It's because the ancestors, they observing all patterns like a bird's footprint, and then the patterns like leopard and all this, and then also the sounds. So they try to making this into these ideas into patterns to be heard or to see. So I think this is I really agree, or I resonate with this resonance theories. But how you where this goes, I mean, now you made the pattern generative kind of app, but where you are going to do with this app?
Nothing. It's just for my own research. That's how it started, actually. I was trying to do something, and it just struck me, you know. But I liked what you said there, and I was also thinking about this. For example, a counter argument that you could say is that, okay, humans have always imitated nature, and that's why patterns are similar across distances and times. But the counter argument to that would be that why would we abstract in the same way? For example, the wave, it's 100% similar here in Greece, in Peru, and the flowers. And why would humans choose the exact same way to abstract a thing that they want to replicate? I think that's an open question.
Maybe similar, like the resonance in the sound, where we before we thought, what is called?
Chladni figures.
Yeah, Chladni figures. It's also very similar. So I think there is also something related very much to the sound and the sound with resonance.
Mhm.
We just don't find the language to describe.
Thank you.
One more question.
Yes, thank you. So I feel like what you've shared now with separate images, they kind of reflect like an alphabet. You have separated the symbols that normally form a language. When it comes to ethnography, do you think your script could put together the message as well, like the language, not just the letters?
Not yet. I think the basic scripts I'm working with can only make the letters, not the alphabet. And I actually try to avoid that because I don't want to be inaccurate, ethnographically inaccurate, because they are usually layered and put in a sequence that you can replicate, but I didn't want to make that effort. I'm just focusing on the building blocks themselves. As a further, as you said, where am I going to with this? I want to go as simple as possible. For example, the one with four seeds is a highly modified model. But I'm trying to replicate as many folk motifs with as little modifications to the code as I can, just to show the similarity in the forces that are driving the stripes and spots on the animals and our affinity to certain shapes. I'm just saying that we are all one, hippie stuff. So something like that.
Is there potential for an ethnographer to come work with you and potentially develop the language?
Yeah, sure, definitely. My number is no. You can reach me pigeon mail. Okay.
Cool. So there's one more question in the chat, but maybe Niku, you could jump onto the conference system on 2025.algorithmicpattern.com/conference and answer that question from Ivan, because we are a bit behind time, I'm afraid.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe it'd be a good moment to switch to the next presenter. But yeah, another round of applause for Niku.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you all.
Now I am going into infinity while Berlin sets up. Yeah, lovely questions coming already. Thanks very much, and keep them coming. Yeah, Madeline mentioned that they would like to input that into a hacked knitting machine. Nice also to see Echo in the audience. He was here in Sheffield a couple of days ago, leading a very nice workshop on Guqin notation. So yeah, over to Berlin when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Hello, everyone. My presentation, maybe the slide, if it's showing. Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you for the Alpaca algorithm patterns for giving me the opportunity to share a bit of my research. My name is Alberto Harres. I'm media designer. I have been calling myself a media designer, artistic researcher lately, but these terms change with time. And I'm gonna share about my research, art scriptures, ceramics as a speculative medium for digital memory. And just to give you the abstract, art scriptures revolved around understanding ceramics as a possible medium to store digital information. It emerges from an impossibility, from the ambivalence between two disparate realms, archaism and future. It proposes an archaic digital medium, a paradox of fragility and permanence, which seeks to resignify the assumed linearity between past and future, deconstruct the idea of vertical time, history and technology, which is here I'm quoting Fábio Borges, which is a Brazilian researcher who coined this term ancestral futurism, which guided a bit my research. And I'll share here a bit my methodology. This is not a scientific approach. I didn't write a paper about this. This has been an ongoing artistic research with, with many different iterations. So I'll just share my process as it goes. Some of it is, not all of it is connected maybe to the algorithmic, the idea of algorithmic pattern, but some of it is. So I'll just share what I have. This project started in late 2020, 2021. I have been working with archives often, archives of voices. And in this time particularly, I was doing this archive of voices in relation to the pandemic, which was an interesting project. I did like an installation of it, like a database, an API based on these audios. But then I kind of have this anxiety that I'm doing this research, but in the end, I'm doing this archive thinking of memory for the future, but all this data is being stored in these data centers in Amazon, Google. All our memory, our traces of our memory are being delegated to companies that have their own particular interests. We have no agency in how long this information actually can survive. So I was thinking, okay, what can I do about this? How can I maybe change this paradigm within myself? So I looked back to the earliest forms of writing that we have, of memory basically. And clay is one of the earliest materials that we can have records of written language. This is, the cuneiform scripts. So I started this whole process of trying to transform this archive that I have of voices, of audios, into clay. And this was the whole endeavor that now I had, that somehow transform ceramics into a medium to store digital information. So the first steps was transformation in the data. These are very short audio messages that I had from this archive. Like, they were just words basically in different languages. So they were like audios of 1 second that were like 1 second long, 2 second max. So they were very short audios, but still it's a lot of data actually to try to store this in a rough material. And I created this whole system I did many iterations of possibilities of different systems that I could use, but I ended up reaching this system, which is kind of works as a QR code, is a matrix-based barcode in a way that is storing the raw bits of the audio. And this is the technique that I used to put this in ceramic was laser engraving. So I make the clay slab and then I laser engrave it and then I fire it. So in a way, the black marking that you see on the ceramic is as if this part of the ceramic was burned twice. So it's quite resistant to the elements. Of course, if you scratch it rather deeply, it will disappear, but it is seems to be very stable. I have no proof that this can last thousands of years, but theoretically at least, yes. So this was the whole, but then, okay, I have this system, and now I try to make a device that can read this back. So it was a bit of chaotic process of trying to figure this out. And this is like in a exhibition context also. So I created a software that would read these patterns and try to build the bits back into audio again. So that I reutilize like a laser engraving machine to actually have a camera that can read this ceramic and try to rebuild the bits back. But it turns out that ceramic is not a really ideal, like a handmade ceramic is not an ideal medium for digital storage, of course. So it was a very flawed process. Like this is the first version of it. So it's like basically you could barely recognize audio from this because the ceramic bends and there's just so many variables that I was still like learning how to deal with. Yeah, so this is like the first iteration, which I exhibited in different places that you could listen to the audio as it went along. My colleague Chihim Chik was the one, he did a sound design on top of it. So yeah, and then based on this first version, I started to I applied for this in different like festivals and things. So the first other iteration that I did was in Bogota, Colombia, where in Voltaje Festival, which is a art and technology festival that happens since many years already in Bogota. I recommend those if you want to show something or see. It's very interesting. So the idea that I was, okay, I'm going to bring this methodology to the context of Bogota, and the idea was I'm going to make a new ceramic piece in Bogota and try to find another context, another social context, historical context, that another system of storage of information that is dealing with this as a site-specific research. So I did this research. This iteration then was all based on this paper by Manuel Arturo Izquierdo Peña, which is about the Muisca calendar, which is the civilization that existed and still exists in what is nowadays Bogota. So, and in this paper, the researcher, he talks about these numeric symbols that were used before the Spanish colonizer. It's not so sure if this was actually real or not. It's a bit on the speculative realm because only a few people recorded this and doesn't know if it's true or not. But it was interesting to me then to use a reference of science, of knowledge that does not come from the Western European references. So, and then was also what I found very interesting in this paper is that it talks about the last ceremony of that happened in the lagoon of Ubaque, which is close to Bogota. And this researcher speculates the idea that this last ceremony was celebrating the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. So I thought this was very interesting that somehow maybe reconnect these things, these numeric symbols, with these astronomical observations of the time. So this next iteration of the ceramics lab, I adapted these numeric systems to describe time and orientation, to look at a particular position in the sky and a particular time. And these are described a mix of astronomical events and historical events that happen in the history of Bogota. And then this was laser engraved in a ceramic in a clay that was sourced from the region. And then it was laser engraved, and then it was the machine reading this, and then this machine would be decoding these characters using template matching, which is a simple OpenCV like function to recognize patterns basically. And then as this machine with this camera goes through the ceramic, it would read these segments of data, and then it would show the night sky of Bogota in that particular date that is being described in this by these numbers. Yeah, so this was the version I did in Bogota, which was interesting then to remove this. I started to understand this more as a methodology rather than this. It was not audio anymore, because audio is so hard to, there's just so much information in audio that is very hard to create like on my own with like a handmade audio data piece. So I shifted more towards like a text-based memory, like encoding. And then the third version I did was in Slovenia, that I got invited for this Pixel Point Festival organized, I forgot, an Axioma, which is a very cool organization from Ljubljana. I also recommend the things that they do a lot of publications and events, exhibitions, a lot of interesting things. And for this, again, it's like a site-specific driven research. And the project was supposed to be exhibited on this little house, which is Carinarnica, which was the previous border control room between the border of Yugoslavia with Italy. So, and then you see here the border goes exactly through, I mean, not through the building, but right next to the building. So I thought it was interesting to then this time make a border-based encoding. And then also, because this research, in the end, it's becoming like understanding a data, which is interesting to put in context with the material of clay and ceramics, and then also develop a unique memory system specifically for this context. And also to reminded that this city is also very important. It was very important for clay production, and for especially like for bricks and roof tiles. And yeah, like so. And then I made this kind of system, which these characters are actually, I'll say, dead characters from the Slovenian language. These are characters that were lost, that were specifically designed for Slovenian language, but they were dropped. They are a mix of Cyrillic, Old Church Slavonic, and Latin characters. So they are also border characters in a way between different alphabetic systems. So it was interesting to use them as numbers for this project. So again, I adapted this system to encode this particular section of the border. And then again, this machine would read these segments of data and then would live draw on a map. But it also, the material resists, the material has its own agency. It's not, as you can see, the surface is not homogeneous surface. The laser does not behave in the same way across the whole surface. So every time it would make mistakes. And that was also interesting to me, specifically in this case because it's border data. It was interesting to glitch it as well, the ceramic glitching this data. And that was also exhibited in Ljubljana afterwards, which was also very interesting. And then the last version was in Portugal. Now I did a residency based on this research also. And this one is a bit different. The method, I mean, the process, because I had more time. These ones I did very rushed, like exhibition. It was not a residency. I didn't have time to really develop it as I wanted. But in Portugal, I was in Oficinas do Convento, which is like an old cloister, how do you say, for nuns and so on. And now it's an artistic center not far from Lisbon. It's also I also recommend a lot this space. And doing the research on this town, I found this panel, which azulejo is for those who've been to Portugal, know that this is a very common technique in Portugal, artistic, like, let's say medium in Portugal, to use ceramic tiles as like a artistic, architectural, and is also used for historical purposes to, as monuments for cultural memory, historical memory, and so on. And this particular panel depicts the supposed event that happened on this little town that I was, where Vasco da Gama, which was like one of the first Portuguese navigators that went to India in 1496. And this depicts this heroic initial moments of the Portuguese colonial project, so to say. And then I decided to make a reproduction of this panel, almost the same size. It was just a bit smaller, like 2 meters by. Yeah, so I actually made the clay pieces with the borders and everything, and laser engraving the whole panel again. But then what was, I wanted to somehow create a counterpoint for this heroic narrative of colonialism, basically. And then I made a list, like a data set of events that act as a counterpoint to this narrative. So these are, sieges, massacres that happened from 1495 all the way to almost the 70s, when the last Portuguese colony in Africa ended. So, and then I was trying to find ways to, okay, this image is not showing, sadly. I attempted different methods of encoding this information on the ceramics, and I ended up in this very simple system of an alphabetic, computational, easy to read for the computer alphabet system, easy to read on a piece of ceramic, because the ceramic is very rebel against the exact borders and definitions that a computer might need for proper, like a homogeneous patterns for the computer to be able to read. So I created these patterns which, by using fiducial markers in the corners, fiducial markers are basically reference points, and then I could overlap these letters on top of the original image and laser engrave it. So these you see here, these are plain texts that refer, like the Battle of Zela. These are different events that took place, and this is the reading system, and this is the laser engraved piece, like many of them on the panel, and this is the full panel. And then there was a machine that I built that would move across this panel a bit chaotically, and then here on the side you cannot see so well, but basically the machine would read these pieces of tiles here, and then it would Google what they mean, like in an automated script. So the machine would be trying to piece back together this history, these anti-monuments, would kind of decode it live. And yes, I'm still finishing. This was not so long ago, so I'm still finishing like the documentation of this version. But basically that's it. So this research, in a way, is this struggle of trying to get data to be readable from ceramics, and the whole struggle process to have like both a device that can read it, the data that can be read, and the data that can fit the scale of it. So there are many variables in play. So yeah, so that's basically it. I'm still understanding how can I frame it all in a methodology or like a theory, maybe that I can properly write about. But for now, that's where I am. You can contact me, my website, my Instagram, my email. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's a really interesting work. Yeah, I also really like how you use the ceramics as a carrier also for digital information. I was wondering how you think about, I mean, there was like quite a development, no? Like starting with a really like kind of binary code on the tiles and then more analog. But at the end, I feel like there's a kind of irony in it because you started, as I understood, from this point of like not having like this more ephemeral data storage memory of like servers owned by companies. But at the end, your translation device also uses at the end the data from the servers, no? And the technology itself, the digital programs, are also similarly problematic in terms of storing them. So I was wondering, like, I mean, it's also, I think, an interesting irony in it. Maybe also unsolvable between like this, the relation between like reading something and having also the tools to actually interpret it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also just put the whole code of the machine itself also on the tiles, but maybe that's a bit out of the topic. But yeah, how do you generally think about that? I was wondering.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's, I think, I was always struggling, like, what am I doing? What's the point of this? Because it is a pointless exercise in the end that I'm creating the data and storing in ceramic, but then I have to create that device that reads it myself, which does not make so much sense, as if it's two different beings when it's not. But in the end, I think what's interesting is that what I was thinking these last few days, that in the exhibition setting, or when you see it live, because the machine needs time to read it, and there's this whole, it's almost, I kind of related more to theater or performance, where it creates a drama of the information. Rather, if you just read it, you can read this list of these events, and you say, okay, yeah, nice to know about it, but it's different when there's this whole narration and there's material that is potentially gonna outlast the other digital devices, and then there is this machine trying to read it, but then what's the, like, if it depends on the machine, so how does it actually survive? So that's it's a paradox that I also in this research realized, that if you are storing information, you're relying on some kind of a translation system, some kind of a device. So in the way, you can never be sure of that something will last or something will not last, because it depends on so many layers, and science is built on layers of knowledge and language and translation. So in the end, in this last one, I try to keep it the simplest, that it's almost human readable. So it's machine readable, but it's also human readable. So if you can read this data that is written in this case. So it's a bit different, but I also did it like this because in this original monument that I used is very strong, the colonial narrative. So I wanted to oppose it directly. So there is a context of why I chose this particular way. While in the border one, it was more interesting to let it glitch, because of I don't want to, put the border as this thing. I want to make it eternal. So in every case, there's a bit of a discourse of the how and the material and the method used. So it's but I think maybe what's interesting in this case is what I found it very fun is to create our own systems of memory and not just rely on a particular standard that's just because these systems they come from very particular places, universities, companies. A lot of these systems of memory I came to find out, like barcodes and QR codes, a lot of them come from like companies or private enterprises. So it's interesting to try to develop our own methods with our own materials, and it's a bit all about this, all these paradoxes that I was immersed in while doing this. So I don't have like answers to this. These are things I was also asking myself while I was doing it. So, but I did ask that many times. Yes.
Mm. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. You actually answered some of my questions. So why not binary? Have you thought about binary? But it also goes through language. Binary. Just encoded black and white.
Yeah, the first one was the audio one was like this. The problem is that there's a limit of space. And because the ceramics is like bent, it's very hard for you to read a straight line on a bent surface using a camera. So that makes it very hard, like to just like the CD works. And that's also made me think like the CD and the vinyl work because they have a medium that puts them in the exact position that you need on a flat surface. And there's a device that will perfectly, and there's the device is designed towards the material, the storage is designed to the device. So, and in this case, with ceramics, that's not an easy thing to. I mean, I was not capable of doing a device, a ceramic that perfectly fits the exact point where you can follow the line and know where you are. That's why I've used this reference, like these markers, so you know where you are, because that's just the hardest part of encoding memory in ceramic, for me at least. Yeah.
That answers.
And how about the sonogram instead?
Like analog.
Yeah, sonogram where you have, you know how they work, that like you have time and like frequency on the other side, and the darker or the lighter the dots.
Yeah, this also I also consider, but the problem is also that how can you, the ceramic not being a homogeneous material, how can you assure that something that is in a particular gradient of dark, it's a like it will change through the surface. And also if the surface is not fully even when you laser it, that already also changes the gradient.
Yeah. I was suggesting it because it would be more forgiving than binary, because as you said, like to scan a line, then like if you kind of, if it's warped, then there's, a lot more like unreadability, whereas with the sonogram, maybe like you still get the idea of what the sound sounds like, even if the surface is a bit warped.
Many people suggested me this kind of approach, and for some reason I never did it. Maybe I should, but I was somehow also very into the whole idea of binary and date, and I don't know, this first version, maybe because I didn't attempt it with audio again. Maybe if I do another time with audio. But then the issue is, this is 1 second of audio in this ceramic at 8 bits with 1200 sample rate. So that's the lowest quality of audio. Just 1 second for this piece of ceramic. So it's a bit like, and it takes time to read it. So in a way, but if I did this project again for audio, I would consider, yes, doing some other method, because this was a bit like insane solution, but I also like how it looked and the pattern and that it generates. So that's also why I like chose to do it like this. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, a question. Are you exploring or plan to explore other means instead of clay, like maybe leather or ways that in which information has been stored, you know, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, in light of the same philosophical questions that you had?
Maybe, but afterwards I realized, and it's a project, another project I did afterwards, that I like where I'm from. There's a very particular, the soil has a very particular red clay. There's a lot of clay where I come from, so that's also why I chose this material, because it somehow takes me to my own references of memory. So in a way, I chose this because of this historical references, but in the end, afterwards I realized that it actually was a very personal decision. So that's why I'm probably gonna stick with it, and that's also why I always do red clay, like very specifically. So, but maybe it makes a lot of sense to do it in other materials like bones and wood and metal and leather, as you said. But maybe I'll do it, but other people can also do it. All my projects are open source, so everything is on my GitHub. So you can also try to do it. I don't know. Someone feel free to explore it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Alberto. Yeah, we should probably move on to Maria José, but a quick round of applause for that lovely presentation. There are a nice couple of comments from Eve. I think it's really interesting exploration of obsolescence in relation to lost cultural memory. Very cool. And then the project would lose something if it worked too well. I think the embracing of error was really nice in that. So let's try and call up Maria José. Hello, Maria.
Hello. I will to share my presentation.
Okay, have you uploaded it, or shall I use the PDF that you already sent?
Okay. Here is my final presentation is here. Can you see to the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. My name is Maria José from Chile, from Santiago de Chile. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my work with a very interesting last work. But now I will to speak about one process of my work with a Webloom, interactive textile interface for sonic tactile data and visual proto-writing. All of this work, here, all of this work begin, with a work with a Webloom considered has a Chilean territory with textile has system for have a relation and perception with an information data that come from tactile to project for a future research. With a textile has a surface of sonification of data. This work of 2023 year was without sound, was only visual tactile data from a large textile that represent this territory. Codificate has a climate territories divide in four territories, four more little territories of a climate Chile. North center, south and austral zones. This large or total territory has 24 conductive zones for touch textiles, and with the same fabric, these textiles was used for current project with the same 24 zones that corresponding now for 24 letters conceived as graphic units and function as a visual and oral proto-writing in constant transformation. What says this? Each letter was embroidered, and when any person touched textiles, the letter has combined with more possibilities of sounds and lines. Each letter expands their significance or meaning. Okay, they are not a fixed form, but living structure that expand each gesture, multiplying is a writing that has yet to be deciphered. Okay, the original textile is this. Now I added 24 letters. Each letter also corresponds to one Bezier curves. To one Bezier curves divide 3 these Bezier curves in movement. The letters are proto-writing origins from a glossary. The glossary is a conceptual processor. It corresponds a book made for me a few years ago and complete now. And I considered this book as a CPU. It organizes and provides coherence to the system. When the touch make explode the meanings of a symbols. In book, the letters has meanings. Now my principal interest is use the tactile element for activate the tactile output. Then I will explain for this process, TTT to TTT2. Okay, why the proto-writing? Proto-writing Hermet has a bridge between material trace and symbolic meaning. It is not a closed system. Okay, this definition corresponds at a book, a made book. In physical form, this book is closed for the 4 cardinal points of orientation of the physical territory: north, south, east, and west. And digital is one link of the person can read each significance of meaning, significance of each letter, and their 5 level of combination. The system and output current, I touch each sounds that corresponds each letter, emerge a bridge between material traces and symbolic meaning. It is not a closed system, but an open wave of scene, gestural, visual, and sonic that anticipate language while remaining rooted in matter and touch. It's very simple making of system, but this work, it is in process, is only a master thesis. The flow between sound and visual emerge in real time, creating a tactile, immersive and continuing experience on the textiles. Sensors, Python, and interactive libraries enable immediate synchronous and multisensory response. Touch with the base in 24 base for this version are displayed in 2 black little screen on the left and right, facing the one interacting. The flow between and sound visuality is this. This is say in a simulate embroidery each letter. In this version are displayed or okay, yeah. Connect this proto-writing. The meaning is connect meaning trace with symbolic means and open wave, gestural, visual, and sonic. The system function here, 2 screen, the left and right. These sound are distributed this kind of textile that this thread has a one conductive thread that for touch here, if which, and the sounds are displayed here, 12 and 12, north to south. Physical data is only are only managed for color, memory colors, north, central, south, and austral for this moment. I touch and emerge sound. But the more important revoke is a glossary. It's a conceptual processor. Letters, lines, vector curves, each one for 3 vector curves. Letters and combinations carry meaning. Combination because the gesture is says to surface. The gestures is a open element of meaning. Okay, and that expand non-linearly, conceptually. Conceptually, the touch expand of linear meaning. And transform the system. Okay. For backend of system, these touch action are stored in memory at 1 and at 0 and X that obtain pattern in a backend of codes. Okay, are occult, are hidden in the code. This projection, perhaps it should be given a lot of importance to generate the relationship with a prototyping and future data, external data sonification. But now the data only correspond to tactile. In the future, I want to insert the text tactile has with an adaptive system that learn of tactile for to intervene external data sonificated. Okay. Projections of this master thesis. I want to project throughout TMAC-T. TMAC-T use textiles or will use textiles as a relational machinery. Touch in the touch transform encoded information, external information, crossed information provided from different CSV, contextual CSV data into sound, revealing hidden pattern and insight. It is a conceptual, non-literal matching. Maybe only textile, interactive textile. Be becoming both machinery of weaving and behind woven by information. The textile lets use engage with a local and global data through sound, exploring patterns and relationships that affect use and mediating understanding by art. There are different techniques of weaving, and maybe for a possible use of a little system of IA, it is necessary. I believe, yes, for the learn this use and how the system can learn of human gestures. What kind of IA? Present of textile has a tangible interface that adaptive AA links tactile gesture with sonic variations. The IA for sensor, sound sensor, and it will depend of a physical gesture. The physical textiles becomes an interface to explore data through sound. The transformation of information is a more important element for me. From textile material, I believe is very symbolic and culture gesture. This from textile material to tangible and sonic information applications, from the intimate to the global. Example: geopolitics, climate, etc. The goal is for the system to evolve into an adaptive interface that modifies its sonic output based on touch interactions, not depend of AI. And yes, but use a little kind of AI that adapts to the physical gestures. Uniting the traditional and the digital. Timothy, the imaginary of weaving and being woven, philosopher of relationality and interaction. Explore how contingent information can be encoded, transformed, and woven. Not just in textile, but in a conceptual fabric. Sonic responses emerge through touch and participation. Participation is very interesting for me, but it's a kind of learn of information throughout tactile or other sense. Investigate information as a living interconnected web. Why sound and data, noun and after with another and other elements? The Mapuche sound and data has weather. Mapuche ul and Poyewun memory has living archive of territory. Interactive sonic textile data threads resonate as sound and relation. Inspired by Mapuche culture, relationality, and culture resistance. Then I want to produce this process has relationality and cultural resistance and element of information. What does it mean to build sensitive interface that turn data into embodied sensory experiences? An interactive textile that responds to touch with specific data that's relation with an ancestral practice, but takes inspiration from them. I believe the knowledge should expand to the information, contingency information, should be more inclusive by sensorial sites. This kind of process only I believe also perhaps it should be given a lot of importance to generate the relationship with a proto-writing, with a sonification external data. I don't know still yet, but this kind of project is a root of this. And recently I'm exploring the touching gestures, sound and visual. After I will to connect other data and has data connect with a proto-writing or learned the tactile could be proto-writing and sounds are, do you understand me? It's a process of my interactive textile interface for sonic tactile data and visual proto-writing. It's a beginning, and it's a large process of this kind of work with external information or textile connect with external fonts of, for example, webs, and sonificate this text of informations, okay? With a proto-writing, I don't know yet, but this is my presentation, and thank you very much to learn, especially learn with another project.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. Yeah, lovely presentation. We are running quite significantly over time now. So if anyone has questions, then please do ask, but perhaps in the chat, and Maria Jose can also see and reply to messages in the chat on the live stream. Yeah, a round of applause for Maria Jose, please. It's fun. Thank you very much. So yes, we're running a bit over time. Should we go straight into the next presentation?
Sure. Yeah, we're already setting it up.
Okay, great. So we have Leon Eckard next, presenting from Berlin, I believe. Here we go.
All right.
Okay. Work with the audio? Okay, perfect. Then, yeah, thank you everyone for being here, and thanks already to the lovely presentations we heard. So yeah, I'm gonna present the work Talavera de Luz, Renovación de Nuestra Herencia, which translates to Talavera of Light, Renovation of Our Heritage. The work was done by, or initiated and conceptualized by Dr. Miguel Ángel Pérez Cuautle, who is also in the chat, I guess, and me. So Miguel is a sociologist or urbanist and researcher from Puebla in Mexico. And in Berlin. And yeah, the work is interdisciplinary and intercultural collaborative art that try to combine traditional craft of Talavera with contemporary media art. So the work was realized in Puebla in Mexico this year in April to May. However, we started the work already in 2021 when Miguel, from an urbanist perspective, because he worked in Puebla, especially with vulnerable neighborhoods. So he was asking me if I would be interested in a collaboration about work in public space in vulnerable neighborhoods there to also increase the cultural life there and also to shed more light and attention on these neighborhoods. Because in Puebla, what happens, especially in the cultural center, and Puebla is one of the oldest colonial cities in Mexico, or in actually Latin America. And it has like a historical center of which half is very touristic and gets lots of funding for restoration and anything. But the other center, or the other part of the center, which is more for marginalized groups, former indigenous groups, has much less attention and therefore also way less financial means. So yeah, I will talk a bit about the background. So Talavera is a traditional ceramics with a history of approximately 5 centuries, which you can see here. Is the mouse? Oh yeah, perfect. Like this is Talavera also here. This is like just a picture of Puebla. So it is actually inspired by the Spanish Baroque. So with the colonialization of the Spanish people, they brought the Spanish Baroque to Puebla, where it mixed with indigenous techniques, which you can see also in the motifs, but also especially working with the ladrillos, which is the bricks, which they also used to take from the pyramids there, also as a cultural symbol of superiority by the colonizers. So there is a lot of history, and even the Spanish Baroque itself came from the colonization of the Arab world in Spain for approximately 800 years, where a lot of the mosaicos came actually to Spain, but also it has a lot of influence from France and Italy, and also a lot of influence even from China, going back to the Chinese traditional ceramics, which were blue and white, which came also around, I believe 500 years, 600 years ago to Europe, and also introduced partly the blue and white Talavera aesthetic or mosaic aesthetic, which we also saw already today in a different presentation. So yeah, going from this also, yeah, it's nowadays, I mean, this is really specific to the city, and also it's a state of Puebla, it's a state of Mexico. And yeah, it's also protected since 1997 by Mexican government, even by sound and by material and everything, like to be original Talavera. And also since 2019, it's part of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. So actually it is it's a medium which carries a lot of globalization and also colonialization. And so that was for us very interesting to work with. Here you see like a few different pictures of the city. But then what happens, especially in the poorer neighborhoods, there are ruins of former colonial buildings, which will not be restored because no one in these neighborhoods has actual interest or money to restore them. So they will just fall apart. Sometimes you can find abandoned buildings which are abandoned for over more than 100 years with growing trees out of them, which are sometimes used as a shelter by homeless people, but are mostly really abandoned. And so was the community center, the Cebes Community Center. This is an old picture, I believe, like somewhere in the 60s. Couldn't find the exact date. So this is a former colonial country house from the 18th century, which also used to be inhabited by a bishop first, and then later by some German, because there was also Humboldt around there, and he had like a school there. So the directors of the German school were in this house, and then later it became more abandoned, especially in the 20th century. Was for several decades abandoned, and it got like very like teared down. Here you can see like this wall, there was a big mural on it. It's lost. Here's everywhere like down there Talavera, which are mostly stolen. What happened, like many criminal groups break in, and partly even like people like ordered from Europeans stealing like the decorations and then selling them in Spain, for example. Yeah, so our idea was to make kind of a digital or metaphorical restoration of these buildings, together with the community of the Cebes, and yeah, to also make like a metaphorical reclaim and also a redesign with the people instead of having like a design put onto them. So yeah, we teamed up with the Benemérita Autónoma Universidad de Puebla, which is the main university over there. And we had also the kind support of Professor Obed Mesa Romero, who is a designer. So we had like a first workshop in the WAP with the design students, where we did like, in the first day, it was a 2-day workshop. Professor Obed introduced the more contemporary approach to design tiles and mosaicos. And in the second part, so the students were to draw them. And in the second part, I gave a brief introduction on P5. So yeah, I chose to try to do everything which was possible with open source, because it's also technological as like a kind of power imbalance. I tried to even it out as much as possible. And for P5, I think is very nice, since it also works as a web browser application. So even, I mean, in this university, everyone has like good laptop. It was not a problem. But for the second workshop, it was nice because people can even just use it on their phone and try coding there. So, but since the workshop was rather short, it was just enough to give them more like an introduction of what creative coding is, how code can be used creatively for also visuals in this sense, because most of these students never had like any contact with coding before. So the idea then was to digitalize their designs and put them into animations. And then the second workshop we did directly at the community center. And there we invited one Talavera, like a small company who we collaborated with. We invited like some craftsmen from there to give the first part of the workshop. However, this was only one workshop, 1 day of workshop. So in this workshop, the participants did their own actual traditional Talavera. However, we had to start already with this phase in between here, because usually it's a process which takes like several weeks until you form the clay. You have to dry it, and much more complex than I thought before. So it was also a very kind of tight time schedule we had and a very limited budget. So the craftsman came already with this what you see here, the white status. So the participants could like draw or paint their own designs, and then we would later burn them or let them be burned by the craftsman into the finished product. And yeah, here you can see also. Then we went to the exhibition, which was kind of split into 2 parts. The first part was technically very difficult, because like it was the first day in the month that it rained and it was everything outside, so we had like a lot of technical problems. So we had like kind of to compromise a lot of the aesthetics of the projections. So here you can see it's like kind of split in half. It's not actually put together, but it was it is what it is. So but the participants still really enjoyed to see their designs. Like even some of them, I mean, they would receive them also there. Some of them would fit them into the missing spots of the building. Other people would just like try to find their own designs in the projections, which was nice to see. And then we still decided to do it a few days later with like a good weather and better timing, because also we could not leave any equipment at site, because it's still like also a bit like a dangerous neighborhood, so you cannot leave like expensive equipment there. So we came like a few days later to actually set up the whole thing as we planned initially. So there it's actually 2 projectors forming one big projection. They were running on Raspberry Pis. The projection, in P5. For the projection mapping, I also used like an open source library directly in P5, and everything would run into like a Chromium browser. Was also sometimes a bit painful, but to get it to work. But at the end, it worked. And here you can also see like we also projected on some of the pillars here, which some of them even missed some of the original talaveras, which we filled up with the digital ones, and they would be also animated. Maybe I can show it. There is also a website, there's a documentation, yeah, and I also integrated the code here. Yeah, it's basically working like a cellular automata. Yeah, since it's P5, it can also run in the browser, which is quite handy. Yeah, it's basically working like cellular automata. So I got inspired by, or I collected quite a lot of different patterns I would find in the city, and would try to abstract them into codes. And then each tile I photographed from the participants had like kind of its own DNA with a like matching with one pattern. And yeah, then they would grow from different spots. They grow into another, and kind of creating this non-dynamic mosaic, which is rooted on the traditional patterns, but in this sense being creating more variation, I think, in a sense. Yeah, this just for that. Okay, so yeah, and here's also another picture. I'm not sure if it's too dark to actually see, but yeah, so yeah, we also had like quite, because of the yeah, very limited budget, we used mostly like projectors we got from the university, like more like presentation projectors. We used also like a projector from Miguel's father, which was like probably 15 years old. We used a projector which had like a VGA, so we had to get like even adapter. It was like really everything super low budget, but I think it was also nice to because usually the projection mappings is super expensive, like the commercial projection mapping. Also, and it was interesting, but in Puebla they do a lot of commercial projection mapping sometimes, or in Mexico generally. Sometimes they do it on like big pyramids. Like even when I was there was something for the because there was like Semana Santa, like the Easter, which is very important there, and they had like also big projection, but usually like this costs, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000, I don't know, very expensive equipment, very expensive production. So it was nice to try to also replicate something like this with a very limited means, and show it's also possible to do something with that. Yeah, so then yeah, I go to the discussion and the historical and cultural context. So yeah, we asked ourselves, of course, after, if it's possible to reinterpret Talavera by algorithms and digitally. And I think it was interesting because the Talavera itself is also like an algorithm already, but through the digitalization, it loses certain qualities, like it loses, of course, the haptic, the small imperfection in each copy, but at the same time, it also gains a lot more like variability. And I think it's kind of a logical, to me at least, logical continuation of mosaic art to do it in an even more sophisticated algorithmic way, and still having the connection to the actual handcraft. Also, the idea of the cellular logics was that the animations also speak about the culture itself, since it was like such a big globalized practice already inherent into the Talavera. The idea was to portray it as like a non-dynamic system where every tile of the participants also changes the overall pattern, due to that every tile has its own DNA in the code, and everything changes everything kind of. And I think it was interesting metaphor for the whole emergence of this this cultural artifact. And yeah, going on to the social impact. Another thing is also what I think is interesting in doing it digitally, because you can kind of like generate as many tiles as you want, because also there, like the Talavera is a symbol of wealth. Like sometimes you would see there's like a wall with Talavera, but maybe one is fallen out and they replace it with a different one. It doesn't matter if it doesn't fit aesthetically, maybe it has different colors even, but it's like a symbol of wealth. Especially sometimes you see buildings which are more like the bricks, than some have more Talavera. The more Talavera it has, the more rich was the person. So I think it was also interesting to have like this infinite replication of it without needing to pay more than one design, actually, if you want to do it the very minimalist way. Yeah, and also since we did every open source, everything, and open archive, the idea was also to get access to the people. Also, there was some make it accessible to the people. There was also some feedback from participants who didn't have contact before with creative coding, but they seemed really interesting. So that was also really nice for us to see that, because of course it was like a 1 or 2 day intervention. You won't change like anything much. It's more like a metaphorical or symbolic thing. But still, like, it seemed like 2 or 3 people actually got like further interest in it. So it was nice also to share with them further resources. And yeah, generally that yeah, to share the high technology and also the access to contemporary art, which also oftentimes is a bit like kept in a more intellectual field. And then the future perspectives, yeah, I mean, we see this as like a first iteration, so we'd really like to do like another iteration, maybe in Puebla again, maybe also in other cultural contexts, since the theme of mosaics like kind of spreads all over the world, and you can find aspects of it kind of in a lot of different cultures. So we would also like to kind of cultivate like a living archive where each iteration can like draw on material from other iterations, and that all participants can also reconnect if they want to. And yeah, another thing is also we want to do more extended workshops, because this time I did the big part of the coding myself, and also of course the aesthetic decisions which come with it. But of course it would be nicer to even develop together with the people also the logics of the digital system. But for that you need definitely more time, especially if you work with people who never really had a contact with coding. So yeah, in conclusion, yeah, we hope that we maybe inspired some people to have some maybe try some technological or some creative coding themselves, or just have an idea of what it is, or contemporary art generally. And also we hope to give the people a bit of like yeah, like empowerment to also design their own environments. I was told that after the I mean, my friend Miguel, who I worked with, he lives in Puebla, so he's present there. He told me that in the community center they now want to install a permanent projector because they really liked it, and they're thinking about renovating the space anyway, and to try out like different visualizations of how it could like. So it's really nice for me to hear that it maybe even has an impact beyond the exhibition and the workshop. And yeah, so that's basically it. Special thanks, yeah, to everyone involved, from the CEBIS, Miguel's Vater for hosting me, the Obed Mesa Romero professor, Donachi Tejeda, which was very helpful at the BUAP to help up with projectors, the Talavera artisans, the University of the Arts, the BUAP, all the participants, and the DAD. And yeah, if you're interested in any more information, there's the website. There's of course the paper. The code is on GitHub and still needs a bit more documentation, but it's technically there. And yeah, thank you very much.
Lovely stuff. We are behind time, but we could try and fit in one question if there's one in Berlin or online. Otherwise, we can. Does anyone feel a question coming?
We've got a question, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation and for your endeavors. I was wondering, did you add some sound to it, some sonification, since that's your main thing?
Yeah. Yet not. We were actually at this time we were planning to. We also did like a lot of recordings from, because a lot of street musicians. Our idea was also to do like kind of a mosaic of like street musician artifacts. But actually, due to time restraints, it was not possible. But for future iterations, I would definitely like to add sound. Yeah.
All right, second question. First, I really want to say that I appreciate the effort. I think it's important that people take back their, re-ownership of their spaces, and it helps make a society more safe and included. So well done. The second question I wanted to ask you is about inevitability of the new means. So you have explored this by turning something that's inherently historical and heritage based into lasers and code and stuff. So is this truly inevitable? Would you do, or would you consider for the future a combination of means, or how do you plan to integrate this so that it's not ignorant on a way or superimposed on the other way to people who don't know how to work with stuff?
You mean now with the barrier of like technology?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the idea also what we did now is like also to provide first like the workshops with the traditional crafts, so that also people can reconnect even with their own cultural heritages, because also many people maybe even live there, they don't know how it works with the Talavera in detail, and very interesting for many. And then we have the offer just for the cultural or for the technology part. There was also participants who are maybe already of also a bit older age, and they maybe not even interested in the code, or maybe some interested, but they just listen a bit. So that was perfectly fine. So I think for future iterations, we think also to have the offer. You can do either or both. It's not necessary, but still the idea, or how I imagine it, let's say if it's like a 3 to 5 day workshop, it's rather to give the participants a few like hands-on, very easy P5 experiments to have a feeling of what code can do, and then more like speak about it conceptually, and then probably I be the one who implemented like in detail. But I think it's more important to have the conceptual understanding. Oh, okay, let's do something. If here appears something, here appears something else, or what kind of rules we want. And the actual implementation, I think, would be still the smartest that I do it, or if other people in the group are also experienced with coding, of course, can be shared. But that would be this is at the moment my plan of like continuing the technical part, and yeah, and then keeping it open source and public everything, and and also to provide like, and I think P5 also has a great community to actually learn even on yourself, or find people even online to learn with, for people who really want to dig deeper into it. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Cool. So yeah, another round of applause. Thank you very much, Berto. So next we have Claude, and followed by Patricia after that. So we have Claude here. I believe I have your... there's a bit of noise on your microphone, I think, Claude. In any case, we have a video here which I'll play now.
Mandelbrot set exploration goes back to the 1980s, but there was a big leap in the mid-2010s with improved algorithms that allowed deeper zooms to be calculated with much less computational effort. The Mandelbrot set is probably the world's most famous fractal. Fractals are shapes with detail at all scales. The Mandelbrot set contains smaller copies of the whole. On the way past one baby copy towards another deeper one, embedded Julia sets appear. Changing the zoom focus to a different baby Mandelbrot copy History repeats, then again wrapped around the origin twice and proceeding twice as fast. When the zoom gets to the first echo, the original pattern is doubled. Choosing where to go off center, shapes can be sculpted. Zooming to the side of the shape eventually constructs a tree. Zoom depth of each step goes up exponentially. Deeper zooms need higher precision numbers which cost more computation. The number of iterations also goes up exponentially, compounding the cost. Making patterns out of deep Mandelbrot zooms is a computationally expensive art practice. In 2014, Caller's Fractala 2 gained a show inflection feature. This provided a real-time preview of the first echo when zooming. It was implemented by a plane transformation of the image. This information is similar to the z to z squared plus c of the Mandelbrot set iterations. The only difficulty present is that those shapes lie at ridiculous depths. Since perturbation, the patience required to perform the actual zooming exceeds the patience required to sit through the render time. Dinky Deer Set, 2014. In 2016, Color Factor 2 gained a Newton zoom feature. This uses numerical methods to zoom automatically towards the baby Mandelbrot set copy. One click automates the manual labour of zooming in, allowing artists to focus on pattern construction, with no risk of mistakes like not zooming far enough between decision points. The core of the algorithm is Newton's root finding method, with a first step to determine the period of the baby Mandelbrot set. The period is how many iterations it takes to return to the start. And a final step to calculate its size, which also determines the size of the echo. The first echo is halfway towards the baby Mandelbrot set. Each later echo is another halfway again. First echoes are normally used because they have only twofold rotational symmetry. Symmetry doubles at each echo. In this example, the tree is refined rapidly, with the actions of the artist all semantically relevant, with much less boring zooming work. Just contort the set to produce whatever feature you want to create, then render just that, rather than brute force the pattern by relentless zooming. Stardust Forever, 2014. Mandelbrot zoom in unattainable Julia's morphing, simulation with ultrafractal. Fractal Universe 2015 on YouTube. In 2015, Fractal Universe published a video simulating Julia morphing in exceedingly deep Mandelbrot zooms. The commercial software Ultrafractal was programmed with a sequence of plane transformations, simulating the inflection transformation of zooming to an embedded Julia set echo in the Mandelbrot set. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to use. It could be as easy as a single click, add Julia transformation centered at the pixel clicked at, but it doesn't look like that's possible, so it takes many clicks to perform a morphing. Dinky Dale Set, 2017. Inflector Gadget is a tool to make inflected Julia sets quick and fun. On opening the program, an image of the Mandelbrot set is shown. The first task is to select a point whose Julia set is then shown. This choice determines the character of the filaments making up the final image. Choosing a point in a baby Mandelbrot set means the Julia set will have solid nodes. Using solid nodes gives a kind of quantum inflected Julia set with the shape determined by counting spiral branches. There are minor variations to the click position in each individual node. These can be ironed out by enabling quantization, which snaps each click position to the exact node center. The familiar tree can be constructed by clicking to the side in a regular way. A refined image can take very little time to construct. This manual labor is now in choosing inflection points in a repetitive way to create a regular pattern. The tree constructed previously had dynamics with just one branch. This corresponds to a point in the main cardioid of the Mandelbrot set, which has period 1. The dynamics of the initial Julia set, the baby Mandelbrot set has period much greater than 1, were subverted by the later choices of inflection points which force period 1 behavior. Now consider period 2 behavior, again with a baby mandible set with period greater than 2. This Julia set has period 2 like dynamics because it is near the period 2 disk in the Mandelbrot set. This is achieved by a period 1 like choice of inflection points, but localized within the shortest branch of the period 2 like dynamics. Construction of the tree in the shortest arm ripples out through the inflected Julia set, with less refined copies of the tree spreading to its edges. This led to the coining of the name evolution by Dinky Dowsett, as a history of the development of the shape is visible. There are simply 2 rows of shapes which can be manipulated separately. Even better, this can be extended to more than just 2. Dinky Dowsett, 2014. Rotation of the branches by the Julia set dynamics means that the pattern from period many steps ago returns to the focus in the shortest branch ready for the next refinement step. The initial steps are the hardest, but once the start of the pattern has been constructed, each next step follows easily from the shapes that have returned to their focal area. In this example, trees and discs are constructed with period 2. Each time the disc returns to the focus is expanded with a click to its center. Each time the tree returns to the focus it is refined with a click to its side. The final image contains trees and discs interleaved, enveloped by a Basilica Julia set. In a similar way, 3 period 1 shapes could be constructed in a rabbit period 3 Julia set. The building blocks are not limited to period 1. They can be period 2 or higher evolutions themselves. The increased complexity of the patterns of inflection point provides the challenge. The artist must remember the sequence of inflections to carry out the next step, with the shape of the fractal providing hints only in later stages. Inflected Julia sets can be analysed using the theory of external angles. Imagine the fractal is electrically charged inside a circle at infinity with opposite charge. Then the curves of equal potential form concentric rings around the shape, and perpendicular field lines extend from the shape to infinity. These external rays reach infinity at their external angle. External angles are measured in turns and expressed as binary expansions. These expansions of interest are pre-periodic with a prefix followed by a repeating block. External angles are an alternative description of nodes and quantum inflected Julia sets, one that is much more informative than the complex number coordinates. In inflected gadget, external angles can be printed to the terminal by pressing the X key. Once all the rays have been traced, the next step is making sense of it. The printed Brit strings represent pre-periodic sequences, so the first task is to identify the periodic tail written in parentheses. The initial baby Mandelbrot set in this example has period 5, so the blocks of repeating digits will also have length 5. Each pair of rays shares the same structure. Guessing that patterns of construction are mirrored in patterns of ray structure, one sees that the alternation of trees and discs leads to alternation of 2 distinct structures. The spaces added in the prefix are to elucidate the structure but don't affect the numerical value. Each structure increases in length as more inflection points are added, but unlike external angles in the Mandelbrot set, the increase in length is linear and not exponential. The end goal of this analysis is extrapolation and resynthesis. Deduce the pattern of inflection points in terms of patterns of external angles. Then describe this pattern as an algorithm and run it to extend the pattern as far as desired. Finally turning the sequence of external angles back into a sequence of inflection points. So from a few rounds of development, perhaps 3 or 4 steps of each sub-pattern, a highly refined image can be generated without having to click so many times by hand. In addition to the external angle, one needs a number of iterations for the node to reach the origin. Inflector gadget prints this number when adding a new inflection point if quantization mode is active. Once all the data has been collected, you end up with a table like this, showing the external angles and the iterations for each shape. Then the process of synthesis proceeds as follows. First, you analyze the external angles of the construction, and then code the analysis as an algorithm, use the algorithm to extrapolate further external angles, then somehow translate the external angles into inflection points, and then you end up with a finely resolved final image. So the table presented earlier can be expressed as an algorithm in the language Haskell based on string concatenation. Start with the initial location in the Mandelbrot set, then alternate between trees and disks, which are made up of concatenations in different ways. They take an argument which is an integer from 1 going upwards, and that's the depth of the procedure. So you end up with an infinite list of trees, disks, alternating, and you can take as many of that as you need because Haskell is a lazy language. So there's somehow to translate inflection points from external rays. So for the initial Mandelbrot set, you can trace the external ray in the Mandelbrot set and then use Newton-Raphson method to find the mini-Brot center and add the initial Julia seed there. And then for each successive step, you can trace the external ray in the inflected Julia set and use Newton-Raphson to find the node center and add the inflection point there. So the end goal is some kind of automation. So the artist performs a few rounds of development of the desired shape and activates a button to extrapolate it to a finely resolved structure. So how do we get there? The steps on the previous slide should be straightforward to automate apart from step 0, which is analyzing external angles into pre-periodic parts, which is hard but should be possible. And step 1, which is coding the analysis and algorithm, which is pretty much an open research problem. Another reason to use inflected Julia sets instead of Mandelbrot zooming is efficiency. The external angle length in Mandelbrot set goes up exponentially, as does the iteration count, which means that you can only do a few steps before you run out of time. So the external angle length in inflected Julia sets goes up linearly, but you do have to trace all of them. But altogether, tracing the rays takes less time for inflected Julia sets. For Mandelbrot set, it works out as 4 to the power n, where n is the number of steps, whereas for inflected Julia sets, it's n cubed. And that's a big difference, because if you've got 10 steps, then 4 to the 10 is about 1,000,000. 10 cubed is only 1,000. So 4 to the 20 is about 1,000,000,000, whereas 20 cubed is about 8,000. So that includes the video part of this presentation. You can visit the paper homepage at matha.co.uk/inflect, or you can email me at claude@matha.co.uk. Thanks.
Are there any questions? Yeah, any questions for Claude? Anyone on the higher left level with Claude to be able to ask a question? Your microphone is creating a bit of interference. Now the interference is gone, but I can't hear you at all. Or maybe...
Hello?
Yeah, that seems to be better.
Okay.
Are there any questions from Berlin or online? Can't see any popping up. We are still, unfortunately, behind schedule, so unless anyone's got a quick one. Right. Let's see. There's Berlin. Yeah, I think they're all happy. Okay, so yeah, so thanks very much, Claude. Let's give you a quick round of applause.
Okay.
And yeah, Do drop Claude a line if you've got any questions about that very trippy presentation. Okay, so next up, we have Patricia. So Patricia, do you have some slides you'd like to share?
I have actually uploaded them. I did it yesterday. They're in StreamYard.
Okay, not sure if I can see them. You might need to upload them again.
Oh, sure.
If that's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right
looks
there.
Like it's forgotten them.
There it is.
Yeah, okay, I can bring those up.
All right. Okay,
Thank you. I'll leave it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I just press this arrow to go on to the next slide. That's
yeah, I think that should work.
Okay. So this is my presentation, which is also up on the website. So to introduce myself, I have spent my life with textiles in one way or another. I've explored and made textiles through costume design for theater and opera, and through art making and museum curatorial work. Along the way, I earned an art degree and a PhD, but it wasn't until midlife that I realized my fascination with mathematics and how I was doing mathematics through my weaving practice. Weaving is my way of doing math. Philosophically, I am interested in textiles' contradictory qualities of softness yet mathematical rigor, of hiding in plain sight, of patterning, of interlacing, of enduring yet fraying, fading and falling apart. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, so I'm probably going to clear my throat, drink water, and maybe even cough a bit. But on to my topic. This is a dress by Issey Miyake that eliminates the need for sewing. I use it to show how cloth moves, now flat, now bunched, draping around and taking the contours of its host. Like a curvilinear coastline, cloth resists exact movement, seeming to increase in length the closer you look. Like the surface of a balloon, it stretches out then shrinks back without breaking. In fact, woven cloth is made of a tiny crossover of one thread over another, repeated many times. Each set of 4 crossovers, over and then under, makes a right-angled square that replicates the larger piece of cloth that it is a part of. Cloth is fractal, but not mathematically fractal like a computer simulation or a drawing on a page. It is a real-world fractal object. In this study, I'm imagining cloth as a fractal. That is to say, if cloth were a fractal, it would behave in this way. Certainly, there's something enigmatic about this stuff, taken for granted as it is, yet wrapping every single one of us humans in its folds for our entire lives. I make 2 points here. I have no interest in fractal influence designs applied to or printed on cloth. Rather, I posit that cloth is fractal by virtue of its structure, as evidenced by the previous slide. Secondly, I'm primarily concerned with cloth as clothing material, wrapping around the body as these robes do. Its iteration, its fractal dimension, its topology, and its touch. I will show how all of these qualities are related to each other. So what is a fractal? Well, we just saw in the previous demonstration. A fractal is an idealized mathematical object that exhibits properties of fractal geometry. These properties differ from those of classical geometry. The main fractal characteristics are fractional dimension, deformability, self-similarity, and iteration. The screen shows a Sierpinski curve iterated by foresto.com. If you follow the link, you will see the animation, and I can put the link in the chat after. The starting point for textile construction is iteration, a series of instructions to repeat an action, thereby building a piece of cloth by performing what Diana Gelosi in one of the algorithmic pattern salons calls its inherently algorithmic nature. The Sierpinski triangle, a paradigmatic mathematical fractal, illustrates how fractal dimension develops from its iteration. It progresses according to the instructions of the formula AB, BC, CA, 2, half AB, half BC, half CA, minus FX. So this part of the formula indicates halving of all the sides of the triangle, and this part is the flip function. The results are put into the function and run again and again. As the shapes are fed back into the triangle, it gains perimeter from the smaller triangles, but it decreases in area, becoming increasingly holy. If a random number is introduced into a fractal construction, it increasingly assumes a more natural appearance, as you can see on the right. So that triangle now on the left looks crumpled. It has gained volume but lost area due to the triangular iterations. This is similar to the behavior of fabric when it is crumpled. Cloth has actually got a lot of air in it, a lot of blank space. The cloth on the right has crumpled as a result of the differential shrinkage of its fibers, cotton and wool. I imagine this scarf as having a fractal dimension of 2.5. If we continue to run the function for the Sierpinski triangle, the mathematical triangle will continue to get increasingly holy, but never completely fall apart. In the case of an actual textile, the more and more crumpled cloth will finally fall into dust, as this fragment from Peru shows. This disconnection is another fractal quality. Fractal creation has a playful, game-like quality to it. Weaving, too, is a game of patterns, but it proceeds in a completely different way. Or the modularity is of a different nature, being one long, thin thread at a time laid at right angles across another set of threads. But it always has holes or spaces in it. This holiness or porosity is a feature of its topology. Woven cloth's topological nature is a defining characteristic, more than its shape or its size. A topological object preserves its properties when it is deformed in some way. The porosity of a textile, the number and size of spaces in between its threads, does not change if it is deformed by stretching or crumpling, even if the shape of those spaces is altered. Not all textile materials are pliable to the same extent. Reed for baskets is relatively rigid, while threads and yarns are relatively limp. This affects a cloth's deformability and links it to a branch of topology that studies purely mathematical knots. In knot theory, an unknot is a simple closed circle of string with no joins. For example, a figure 8 knot cannot ever be untied to become an unknot. Of course, a figure 8 knot does not exist in the real world, but loom woven cloth mirrors this special quality. Once the warps and wefts of a piece of cloth are woven together, you cannot change their position without breaking them. The cloth is deformable, but its connectivity must not be broken. As well as connectivity, which defines how spaces are linked, and deformability, which defines how they distort, loopiness is a topological feature of fractals. Loopiness is an apt word to use when describing cloth's fractal nature. Knitted cloth is literally made of loops. The term also refers to feedback loops or recursion, the essential method of iterating shapes to create a fractal object. In his book, African Fractals, Ron Eglash notes that Ghanaian kente cloth looks like the design was drawn on a rubber sheet, which was half stretched and half contracted. This again is the topological feature of deformability. It also illustrates the fractal feature of self-similarity. Here, Eglash is referring to the cloth's pattern, but it is a pattern that is made by the woven structure rather than by paint or print. Cloth touches the body. Its roughness or slipperiness results from the number of points of contact it makes with the skin, and this is its fractal dimension as well as its topology and porosity. The experience of touch unites all of cloth's fractal characteristics. Its fractional dimension enables it to be both flat and so as to carry patterns on its surface, and shaped to better deliver comfort and warmth to the body. Its self-similarity, a modularity that introduces many tiny spaces, gives it pliability. In a sense, touching cloth and feeling it with the whole body enables a deep knowledge of it that the dominant sense of sight cannot reach. One realizes that cloth is made of patterns conforming to the rules of Euclidean geometry, but that it slips out of that harness as soon as it moves, and it veers toward fractal geometry with its uncertain relationship between area and volume. This is embodied knowledge, a field of cognitive research that investigates the primacy of touch in the human experience. The fractal nature of fabric finds connection to other research areas as well, especially the closely related fields of visual art, cognitive science, and embodied cognition. On the screen, you can see the fractal of the Mandelbrot set, the most famous visual fractal. Barbara Maria Stafford could be talking about fractal behavior when she notes, quote, "Art has a long-standing role as an almost magical connector and coordinator of elusive, shifting, and out-of-phase experiences." This is my last slide. In the historic and contemporary Western hierarchies of fine arts and crafts, textile arts have always held an ambiguous, even lesser position. But when they are viewed through the lens of fractal geometry, their very out-of-phaseness becomes a strength. They begin to look like very intriguing objects indeed. So this is my loom, which is over here to my left in my studio with this cloth in progress. This is the cloth that I finished. It is cotton and wool, so it had differential shrinkage. And this is it fulled. I washed it in hot water to shrink the wool and got this fabric that I'm holding up right now. And one nice thing about it is that it has a stretch because I wove in some lycra into it, so it's a collapsed fabric. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful presentation and nice to see the connection with Claude. Are there any questions from the audience in Berlin or anywhere else? There's an interesting question from M. Eve. So you've woven lycra in, have you done that in both the warp and the weft, or just?
No, only in the weft. So it only stretches this way. I wasn't courageous enough to put the lycra in the warp. That would really be a stretch because it is very difficult, very fine yarn to work with. So I just put it in the weft this time.
Yeah, I suppose the warp has to be under tension. Is it actually possible to have lycra on the warp?
Yes, it is. It has been done, but not by me, not yet. Maybe never.
Yes, I suppose it's interesting to think, even of the element of textile, just the thread having fractal dimensions, because you look at it and the more closer you look, the more threads you see as they're kind of twisted together. And then you have the ply.
Yes.
I guess, so
You're
but
right.
in terms of self-similarity of cloth, when you look closer at textile, I feel it does often look different. So where does the
Absolutely
kind of self-similarity come from in textile?
heavens. Well, I think you're absolutely right about the thread itself, which I was tempted to go into, but really this presentation and my article is just a taste. There's so much more. And I mean, where it comes from, I think, is just really fundamental to it. And it does have an element of mystery to it, of magic to me. You know, as Barbara Maria Stafford says, who's a wonderful kind of connector herself between art and science. It has this mystery to it. Why does it behave the way it is, and why do we all ignore it while needing it so much? Many questions.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of everywhere, textile, and so we somehow we don't see all these amazing qualities that just emerge from all these different layers of. Each layer seems quite simple, but they interact in such complex ways, I suppose. So yeah, Emmy is asking, was there a paper that goes with this presentation? And the
Yes.
answer is yes. Yeah.
It's published. If you go to the conference list, you'll see a link to it and you can get to it. It's essentially the content of my presentation. But there are references that you can follow that give you some more information about things like knot theory and fractal geometry.
Great. Yeah, I'm just posting a direct link to it. But yeah,
thank you.
Indeed, you can just go to, and Blair's also done the same. So yeah, but indeed, you can just go to 2025.algorithmicpattern.org.
Exactly. There it is.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks so much, Patricia.
Thank you.
In case there's a question in Berlin, I think we shall, after 6 presentations in quick succession, we'll go for a break now for 5 minutes, perhaps. And in the meantime, I'll do a bit of testing with the next session presenters. But yeah, let's see if we can get some applause from the audience in Berlin.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always nice when you present online to have that warmth. So yeah, thank you very much, Patricia. So now we're in the break. Just double checking the timing. So we've got one more session with Stu, Blair, and then Kristin. So Stu, hello. Good to see you again. Did you want to test your slides?
Well, I think I have to upload them, right?
Yeah, so it involves clicking that present or invite. I think you
click that, okay.
And then click slides.
I have no slides. Okay, what do I do to give you my slides?
So there should be like a icon at the bottom that looks like a monitor screen with a plus in the middle. So if you click that, and then you should see a slides and PDF.
I think that's what I'm seeing right now.
Great. And then
it says you have no slides, and then above that it says slides and PDFs.
Yeah. So if you click on slides and PDFs, you should see add file from your computer.
Okay, slides and PDFs. Slides and PDFs. Okay, I see video file, image file. I don't see slides. If I click slides and PDFs, I get back to the place that says you have no slides.
So
It's a PowerPoint presentation.
yeah.
I can do a screen share, but you don't prefer that.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any video, that would be completely fine.
So if I do a screen share, I have control of the change of slides, right?
Yeah, you would anyway. But yeah, that's another option. But yeah, I'm just like sharing my screen just to show you what I can see. Maybe it's different for you, but when I click that icon on the bottom,
there I am.
I see slides and PDFs. And then I see an add file from your computer link.
Okay, I only have two choices. Oh, okay, your computer. All right.
Yeah.
Google. Okay, upload file.
Okay, I think, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Where are we here?
Sharing my screen. Yeah.
Wrong thing. I've hidden everything so I don't blow it away. Okay. This is what I want, that PowerPoint. So just say open.
Yeah, sounds good.
You're in the show. Okay, do you have the slides or are they processing?
Yeah, I think it takes a second.
Okay, I have a video, but I don't know.
Do you want to try the video as well?
Well, let's see.
Or is it
I
in the
think
actual?
maybe I'll skip that.
So
I wish there were a way for people who wear glasses that your screen would not be reflected in the glasses.
yeah.
I can look down, but that's kind of
That's going to hurt your neck after a while.
yeah. Well, it's only 15 minutes.
Well,
I can
15
tolerate
minutes
almost
might
anything
feel like
for
a long
15
time.
minutes.
So in this session, we've also got Blair and Kristin. I don't see Blair or Kristin in the Blair, I can see you in the comments, but not in the room. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, but I can add your slides to the stage, Stu.
Yep, I see
and
it.
then you should be able to put your mouse over and go backwards and forwards. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
So that'd be nice and clear for the audience. Hi Blair, nice to see you. Have you got some slides you'd like to upload?
Hiya, yeah, let's give it a try.
By the way, your audio sounds good, both of you, so that's nice.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Kristin is, so I might quickly send them a email with a link to this invite. In the meantime, Right, so I've sent Kristin an email, but I think they might not be able to join us if they haven't already, but let's hope they'll appear. So are you happy with your slides there, Stu?
Yeah, they
Okay.
look just exactly like what they look like here.
Good. Okay, so let's have a look at Blair's. I can see something appearing here. Oh, I've got to remove these ones and then, yeah.
Okay.
So that's a video, is it, Blair?
It is, yeah. So I have a bunch of videos with no audio, but it's unfortunately a Keynote file, which looks like I can't upload the file directly to StreamYard.
Okay, you could also screen share if you prefer.
Yeah, yeah. So is this? I think I'm trying to screen share here. It seems to go.
Oh, this is screen sharing, is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. Looks nice.
Yeah. Okay.
So in that case, I think, assuming Kristin is not going to pop up, I think we're pretty much ready to go. So we're back on time at 3:20. And let's just check the stream. Yeah, so, oops, clicked on the wrong one. Oh, hi, Nikita. We have another audience member in Sheffield. We're just on a break, Nikita, so it's a good moment to arrive. Help yourself to snacks.
Ooh. Okay.
So, yes, we've got people in Barcelona, in Linz, and Berlin, and another couple of dozen online as well. So nice audience. So assuming everything's okay in Berlin, I think we should go for it then, Stu. I'll add your slides back, and very good to welcome you back, one of a few presenters who also presented 2 years ago in the Algorithmic Pattern Salon. So yeah, take it away.
Am I on?
Yes, you are live.
Okay. I'm going to talk about a method I use to make what I hope are appealing images. Whoops, too fast. The goal of the method is to make images that lie somewhere between these two extremes. On the one hand, you have just splashes of color, and on the other, you have the beginnings of possibility of making out recognizable objects or forms. These are two typical images, and later on I'll show a variety of other possibilities that I can create. Okay, so reduced to its essentials, the method is to generate or select a base image and then apply a sequence of transformations to the image. And of course, with such simplicity, the devil is in the details. This method is general. I'm going to talk about an app that I've created to make these images, but the method is completely general, doesn't depend on the app at all. All you need to get started is an image file of any standard type. And then the image transformations can be anything that does something interesting to an image. Okay, for this presentation, I'll give you just a couple of details. The base images will be a variety of types, and I'm going to mainly use images created by an algorithm created some years ago by Gerard Langlais, who was a biochemist and crystallographer. And his program was called Shapes. So that's step one. And step two, the transformations will be those that I've put into my app. And it's important that I point out that the transformations weren't arbitrary. I had to select them and fine tune them by trial and error over a period of actually a couple of years now. Okay, so step one, base images. Here are two images that you can make with Langlais' algorithm. In some cases, they turn out to be linear, like the double fish there on the left. Most of them tend to have radial symmetry, like this one on the right. And you can see even the fish here have these little star kind of configurations in them. They seem to turn up in all Langlais images. Now, to use one of these Langlais images, or in fact any line drawing as a base image, I have to add color. The particular colors are not really that important, but what is important are the number of different colors. The more colors you have, the more my algorithms have to work with. These images were colored by hand, but if you use the right language, you can have the coloring done automatically, at least to the extent of a line, background, and fill color, 3 colors. That's not really terribly exciting. You can kind of see, well, you can certainly see the background and the fill color here. And depending on your screen resolution, you may be able to see green lines kind of snaking through the image. A remarkable thing to me about these two pictures is the fact that they were colored completely automatically. And somehow the guy who invented the algorithm to do this must be a genius, because it correctly filled background and line and fill without any image information about other information about the image. It somehow put the same filled triangles every place around this 5 order symmetry picture. And whoops, got to touch the one. And somehow it analyzed the picture and did the fills correctly. If you ever look up algorithms for filling a figure, it gets into some fairly hairy mathematics, which I didn't want to get into. So I did that, hand coloring. Okay, still on step one here. There are other types of base images that I use. The one on the left is colored Perlin noise. If you're into computer graphics, you know that Perlin noise is a very handy thing to have when you're trying to create textures like mountains, trees, and so on very quickly and efficiently. I also occasionally use cartoons. This one by my friend and fellow artist, Anna Urson. And I've also found that urban images sometimes work very well, as do certain mathematical curves. This is a recursive curve based on this one little square in the middle, which recursively multiplies itself and gets bigger and bigger, but with the same shape of 4 around the periphery and 1 in the middle. Okay, step 2 are the transformations. Some of these are easy to understand, some of them not so much. As a test case, I'm using this as my base image. It's a checkerboard of sorts. And the first transformation is Cartesian to polar coordinates. You reinterpret the XY coordinates of a picture here as angle and distance from the center. Perhaps it's easiest to understand if you just notice where the black, white, and gray squares end up in the converted image. You can see that this whole gray area gets 90 degrees shifted down into the bottom, and each column of 8 items ends up as a segment of this circle. Okay, using the same base image, you can do the reverse thing, that is, interpret your data as as polar coordinates, angle and radius, and then convert them back to XY, Cartesian. And then again, you can see where those black, white, and gray squares end up. And then finally, this one's a little hard to describe. I call it inversion. And what it does, let me just back up. This is the center of the image. That's important, of the base image. And what this one does is draw an imaginary line out from the center of the base image to a pixel on the periphery, and then simply invert the order of the pixels on each of those lines, so that pixels that were far out in the base image are drawn closer to the center, and vice versa. Images, points near the center get swapped out to nearer the periphery. Now I use another type of transformation, distortions. So the base image for these is, I guess, most easily understood if I use a rectangular grid. The so-called pincushion distortion, you can see, pulls away at the corners of the image, so that in effect part of the image actually in the corners disappears off of the viewing area. The barrel distortion, you can see, kind of pushes out the center of the grid, so you get this kind of a barrel effect. And then the final one I call random sign distortion, where I just you can see, convert the grid lines to these sign-shaped wiggles. And the effect of this distortion is to make your base image flow kind of fluidly all over the image surface. Part of the inspiration for the distortions was this book On Growth and Form by Darcy Thompson. You can see here he took a porcupine fish depicted on regular coordinates, and then he distorted the coordinate system, and what he ends up with is a perfect rendition of the ocean sunfish. So the Darcy Thompson principle is that the biological forms are shaped by the underlying physical forces that create them. And what he uses and what I use is point-to-point geometric transformations, which is what the various distortions are. Every point here is moved to the corresponding point over here on the right. Okay, now I'd like to just show some finished examples that are produced by my app. And again, these images could be produced without my app. It's just my app codifies and makes accessible to me my particular procedure. So it's a convenience, but not in any way essential to the process of making these images. Okay, that's one set. Another set. This one has several long lay images that have been dispersed around the image surface. Now, with my procedure and with my app, I can make wallpaper patterns, these very repetitive patterns. But I have to admit that my procedure and my app are not the best tool for making patterns if this is, what you're after. There's a much better program that's called Symmetry Mill that's made by the Artlandia company. It has all 17 unique wallpaper patterns. And I found you can play with this thing for hours. You can get addicted with it. It's so much fun. But if that's what you want to do, then my procedure is not the way to go. Okay, and just quickly though, the app's features. It has these various built-in facilities. I can generate images. I have already prepared base images like photos and drawings. There are 56 functions that I can generate new step 2 algorithms with. And there are 32 preset algorithms. These are processes that by a long experience I know produce pretty good results automatically. I guess the key to all this is that most of the algorithms and functions take one or more random inputs. And each random input is allowed to vary within limits that I know produce satisfactory results. It took a while to find out what those upper and lower limits would be. But once I found one, I incorporated it into one of these 32 presets. Here's the app interface, which again is not the essence of the project. It just makes things easier for me. Over here, I have a set of 32 buttons that I can click on, and it automatically brings up one of these algorithms that I know produces pretty good results. And the ones that are in yellow, I know work really well and require almost no effort on my part to get a nice image. Okay, again, the app is not essential to my method. It's a codification of my practice. If someone wanted to do more or less the same thing, but not in my programming language, which happens to be MATLAB, Python is a pretty good choice. It's free, and there are some nice packages for images and signal processing that are very useful if you want to take my approach. The reason I chose MATLAB is that it's easy to create an app with it. The app interface, I did this all with drag and drop. I didn't have to program that at all. I just dragged in these buttons, these numeric entry fields, text entry fields, and so on. And I was done with the making the interface. Also, I chose MATLAB because it has an extensive set of image and signal processing operations they call toolboxes, which go together seamlessly with the main MATLAB interpreter. The downside is that MATLAB isn't free. I think it costs maybe about $300 US to set yourself up with MATLAB and my app. Okay, it's just some quick observation conclusions. This is actually in the form of an argument. The first two lines here, I would say, are the premises. What I do is a form of painting, and all the images I generate are abstract. And from these two premises, I reached the conclusion that the viewer's experience depends on form and color, that the images are, generally speaking, decorative, and the images exist on one level. They're not like the Mona Lisa where you have to look at the figure's smile and recognize why the background on one side of Mona is different from the background on the other side. You know, what messages is the artist incorporating by all of those features. You look at my images, you like them, you don't like them. There they are, as they say, on one level. That's it. Thank you very much.
You can ask.
Thank you.
We just caught the end of the applause then in Berlin. Sorry, it wasn't fast enough with my nice bit. Are there any questions online or in Berlin, in Barcelona or Linz? If not, I'm kind of interested, Stu, in how you got here, how long you have been exploring this practice, and if it's not too long a story, kind of what kind of steps you've taken to get
Well,
to this.
I can give you the short version.
Yep.
I went to school as an undergraduate to be a music major, and while I was being a music major, I heard about computer music for the first time, and I decided to try to make a little bit of computer music. I learned how to program in Fortran, and then for years and years, that's where I kind of left it. But I retained an interest in computers. And then when PCs became widely available, I saw, gee, I can do a whole bunch of interesting things with vision, with images here. And so I started playing around with that on a future website, which is not what's under construction. I'll show some early images as well as some recent ones. And the final thing was I attended a conference for the APL programming language in 1993, and Gerard Langley made this fascinating presentation about all the images he could make with this actually quite compact algorithm. So I started playing with that, and then maybe about 10 years ago, I made a connection to Anna Urson, who is at University of Northern Colorado, and she is head of the computer and digital arts unit, and she's professor of art. And I showed her some of my stuff, and I said, "Is this computer art?" And she didn't say yes or no, but she said, "Keep doing it." And that's pretty much what I've done. I've been putting together the pieces of the app that I showed for about, I don't know, 8 or 10 years. And as I mentioned in my talk, the hard part was finding the right parameters for each of the functions so that you don't get images that are just all over the place, a mess, but look interesting and pleasing.
Lovely. Thanks for filling us in on that. So yes, lovely to have you back at the Algorithmic Pattern Conference, and look forward to see the next iterations. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So next up we have Blair, who I can't actually see in backstage. Blair, are you here? They were here earlier and tested their slides, so something must have happened. Hang on. I can feel a disturbance in the force. Hi, Blair. Hi. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
So yeah, we're ready to go whenever you want to present.
Sure.
Shall I hand over to you?
All right. How's that look for my screen?
I'll just add your screen there. Okay.
Oh, great.
I'll leave it with you.
Okay. Thanks, Alex. So yeah, I'm Blair. Thanks for having me. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Washington in Seattle. And I'm going to talk a bit about some 3D printed patterns that kind of aren't designed up front, but that are discovered through some material exploration. And so my plan for the next 10-15 minutes is to kind of talk about some limitations of conventional 3D printing software, and then introduce some of the alternative tools that I've been using that are, I think, more inspired by the sensibilities of algorithmic pattern. And kind of think about the relationship between material exploration, notation, and documentation in 3D printing. So to kick things off, I wanted to start with this kind of seemingly simple task of just like trying to 3D print a line. And if you haven't 3D printed before, or if you have, if you wanted to do this, you might start by seeing if someone else has already made a line that you can go and 3D print. So in this video, I'm on Thingiverse, which is a website. It's the largest online repository of designs for fabrication. And when I search for a single line, there's a bunch of stuff that comes up. But after I poke around for a bit, I find this model uploaded by an author named DJ Tron from like 3 years ago. And what we get here is an STL file. So it's like a digital model that represents the geometry of a line. But we still have to actually convert this into some instructions that we can run on a 3D printer. And we do that in what's called a slicer. And it's called this because it slices a 3D model up into a bunch of 2D contours. And then that's what it uses to generate the actual machine instructions. And so I kind of brought the line model into the slicer here. But when I try to actually slice it to generate the instructions for the printer, I end up with this error that the print is empty and the model is not printable with the current print settings. And so this kind of thing is pretty common. And to debug it, you have to start rummaging through all the different settings that a slicer makes available. And my point with this, and here in this video, I'm just sort of clicking through just to give you a sense of the different things you can change. But my point here is really that just doing a simple thing like printing a line can be just really hard in this software. And there's no feedback from the machine back into this software. And so all of these settings that you're seeing have to be really carefully configured up front in order for the whole process to work. And that is also kind of very different than other material practices, because we have to already have an idea of what material we're going to be using, the machine we're going to be running this on. And there's kind of no ability to change these things on the fly or at runtime when you're actually sitting in front of the machine. And so, printing a line is maybe a bit of a tongue-in-cheek example, but I actually think that the stakes of not being able to kind of easily and expressively make a line are actually important for different creative practices. So in this image here, it shows a bunch of examples from professionals who use digital fabrication machines to manufacture kind of products in low volume. And so across all these images, there's 3D printing and clay 3D printing, milling of wood, textiles work, and more. And my kind of main takeaway here is that these aren't kind of pure geometric artifacts, but they're also kind of designed in machine toolpaths. And so by that, I mean, for example, for this like tall vase that's on the far left here, the design of the object is kind of driven by the mark that's been left in the wood here and the pattern that you see there. And that's information that's not necessarily like purely encoded in a geometry model, but you have to try a bunch of different settings and see what works in order to get that. So to think about other ways of printing lines, to think about other ways of printing lines, I made a library called p5.fab. So it's a JavaScript library to control machines from within the creative coding environment p5.js. And in this video, we're just watching the printer kind of over extrude these one-shot blobs and then bridge between them to make this delicate vase structure. And this is an example of what I mean by kind of designing in machine toolpaths, or the path the machine is taking, because I'm kind of specifying how much material to kind of ooze out on these blobs. And I'm moving kind of up in the Z direction as I do that, kind of out of the XY plane. And then I'm tuning the speed to bridge between those blobs so that you move fast enough that the material doesn't sag, but not so fast that it kind of breaks or snaps. And it's not shown here, but I have my laptop off screen and it's just plugged into my 3D printer over a wired USB connection. And I'm just kind of streaming commands to it. And those commands I'm generating in JavaScript code. So just as like a very kind of brief overview of the idea here, there's this base fab object, and it's associated with useful information like how big the machine is. And we can do things like move retract to a point on the machine. So that's moving to a XYZ point in the machine without extruding any material or not letting things kind of ooze out in places we don't want it to. So we could get to the center of the machine by accessing like the max X and max Y properties. And then we can extrude some material by using the move extrude command. We can specify some more details about how to do that. And then we can quickly use this kind of simple set of commands to build up more complicated objects. So you can kind of have some fun printing, weird or different things that you can't with conventional software like this. And you can do it in a very kind of computationally modest way. And one thing I think is kind of interesting about this is that there are some creative opportunities that emerge from kind of the gap between the design that you've planned and the physical realities of what kind of comes out of the machine. And there's some kind of interesting kind of material behavior and different material patterns that you can find in this gap. As a brief kind of historical interlude, as I'm like kind of talking about rethinking our approaches to using machines to draw lines, I'm kind of reminded just of the history of using machines to draw anything. And so this image is from 1971. It shows computer scientist Esther Rose Wolfson on the left and an artist Manfred Moore on the right. And they're leaning over this fancy new pen plotter that was at the Center for Meteorological Research in France. And it was kind of like totally unprecedented at the time for artists to be able to be using these machines creatively. And, a lot has changed between the 70s and now, but, there's a lot of things that haven't. And for Moore and Wolfson, their drawing data was being written to a magnetic tape that they then took over to their plotter to execute their design. And if we're 3D printing something today in the usual way, we're still sort of asynchronously designing some model. Maybe you put the code on an SD card, you walk over to your printer, and then you print it. And so maybe our turnaround time is something like minutes or hours instead of days or months, but the underlying workflow is kind of the same. And so to think about tightening up these feedback loops even more then, one kind of interface metaphor I think is useful is in music. Because if you play a note that sounds off, you kind of get that feedback immediately. But if there's some print setting that is going to cause problems down the line, you might not kind of find that out for hours, and maybe you've wasted a bunch of kind of precious material that you wanted to use. So here I just have a MIDI controller set up next to my 3D printer. And the idea is that we can tie different buttons and knobs on the MIDI controller to modify commands as the printer is running. And so with this sort of setup, we can try 3D printing another line. And this time I'm tweaking some knobs in the bottom left on the MIDI controller there. And one knob is kind of dropping the kind of bed of this machine down a little bit so that the material is kind of dropping down from a height. Another one is editing the speed. And then if we look from the point of view of a camera that's attached to the nozzle of the machine, you can see, we're kind of printing the simplest geometry possible, which is just moving in a straight line, but we can find more interesting behavior with the kind of right choice of settings. So at the end of this print here, the material starts being laid down in those really nice repeatable coil structures. And so we can use that MIDI interface to kind of find all sorts of different coiling patterns. So here I'm just quickly messing around with different settings, and the graph at the bottom is just a recording of the settings as they're being changed over the course of the print up at the top. So by kind of depositing material from a little bit of a height, I can get these kind of small sinusoidal patterns that are shown in the top in orange there. And then if I tweak things some more, I get these coils that sort of reliably alternate side to side in the middle in green. And then if you change things a lot, then you can get these big loops shown at the bottom. And one thing about, I think, these patterns is that it's kind of like I'm no longer designing them up front, but they're found through tweaking different parameters. And so the work of kind of notating a pattern has given way to just trying to document the patterns that we're able to find. And then we can use those kind of coils or those patterns that we find to kind of integrate them into different objects. So here I have 2 cubes printed on the right side with 2 different coils that I found. So one is kind of a tighter, more dense object, and one is a looser coil. And you're able to kind of get kind of stiffer, more compliant objects by kind of making use of these coils. And one thing about this is that it's kind of not totally clear now how I would share this design with someone else, because those coils are really sensitive to all those settings that I was showing. And that's going to in turn depend on, what material you're using, what sort of state your machine is in, if you've calibrated things recently. And so this kind of fundamentally shifts the focus from the shape that we're printing to the settings that we're using to print it. And so to be able to try and share these patterns, one approach that I've tried is to synchronize a video of the machine with the instruction that's being executed, the JavaScript code that generated that machine instruction, and then any MIDI adjustments that I've been making. So the idea is to have kind of a transcription of the print job that I could, share with someone else to show them what I did. So that's shown in this interface where, as the video of the machine plays, there's some machine instructions that are kind of scrolling in lockstep on the left. And if I scrub forward or backward in any one view, then kind of the other ones update accordingly. And so my hope is that this sort of documentation can make it easier to kind of start experimenting with new materials and new processes in 3D printing. Just as kind of another example of this, this is a gel, which is a liquid when it's cold, but you can 3D print it at room temperature. So in the top left video, you can see that this sort of kind of oozes out of this syringe that I have when it's too cool to print. And just doing simple things like printing a line can be really finicky at first. And so with this sort of MIDI interface and the transcription logs that I've been showing, my goal is that all of this kind of tedious knowledge that you need to sort of explore different and new material possibilities in 3D printing can be easier to share with other people and get started. I'll end there for now, because I'm very interested in any sort of, I don't know, comments or questions that this crowd may have.
Super, thanks very much, Blair. So yeah, please do type your question. Oh. Thanks, Berlin. So yeah, please do share your questions in the chat. And I think this is a super interesting area, having kind of more direct interaction with material through these kinds of machines. But I've noticed a couple of other people exploring this as well, like Mads Goodsward in Technical University in Eindhoven and Evan Raskob in London. I'm just wondering if there's like a community forming around this kind of practice yet, this kind of live interaction with 3D printers.
Yeah, I think it's like burgeoning, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a bona fide community yet. Yeah. Yeah, I think that it seems that everybody is kind of maybe arrived at their own kind of ad hoc approaches to doing things, which is, I think, very cool. I think that more community sharing would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's so many possibilities, I think. So exciting area. Yeah, Dave Griffiths says the video and instruction interface would work really well with other crafts too, which are really hard to describe. I'm not sure what crafts Dave has in mind. Does that speak to you, the idea that you could, that this could apply outside of 3D printing?
Yeah, I can certainly think about it with like other machines as well, like thinking about exploring like surface textures of like milling wood. I think Dave is saying weaving as well. Yeah, I think there's a lot of a lot of like maybe textile things that whenever I see the difference between the notated pattern and what comes out of the machine, I'm always like, oh, how on earth did that happen? I'm like, you know, like forever kind of dazzled by that. So I would love to talk to someone who's kind of more invested in that practice to learn how this would be useful.
Nice. So yeah, unless there's any questions from Berlin.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, thank you. One question first. The thing that got to my mind when I saw the little squares you created, it popped like replicable chaos, and then that goes, against the idea of chaos somehow. But it was really cool to see the results. And then my question for you is: was your intention to replicate the machine, the 3D printer machine commands into a different mean via the MIDI tool, or were there deeper intentions, like potentially the creator gains control on those small elements and things change because now you have control?
Yeah, so part of it, there's kind of like a lot of experiments and sort of like interactive fabrication, trying to make like interactions with machines more like maybe craft interactions where you have kind of more hands-on control of things. So that was really part of the motivation, was like, instead of having to go back, it's really comes out of frustration. Instead of having to go back to my computer and like redesign a model to change kind of change my speed by 1 millimeter per second. Like, okay, well, I would love to just turn this nice little knob and make it go a little faster. So it's definitely trying to give more control over the actual process. And I also think that using a physical MIDI controller as opposed to a digital interface is just really nice, because you're just kind of sitting there and you're turning a knob and you're right next to it and looking at the material, as opposed to looking at a screen and sort of forgetting about what's happening in the real world. So those were a couple of my motivations. Yeah, thank you.
So we have a question from the Sheffield Pattern Club Sheffield studio.
Oh, great.
Can you hear me okay? Or
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned printing with a gel that turns into a liquid when you cool it, which was really interesting because you don't expect things to turn to liquid when you cool them.
Yeah.
What's the most interesting thing you've done with it or are planning to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the reason that I was printing this is because I think that kind of alongside, exploring like kind of material practices, I think another group of people that are using these are like scientists. So scientists also often like print these gels and can't do anything with them because they're hard to print. But one thing is cool about it is that if you print something and then cool it off, then it'll just kind of melt away. So one thing I think would be fun is if you were printing like, especially like a heavier material, like you could imagine like, I don't know, some sort of like Play-Doh thing that would, and use this as a support for it. So you can sort of print up a gel, use this as a support for it. And then if you just pop it in the freezer after, then the supports will melt away and you're left with whatever object you had. And it's kind of like an un-3D printable form, usually, because it would have just collapsed on itself. But yeah, I think there's other fun stuff you could probably play on that.
Cool stuff.
Thank you.
So unless there's other questions anywhere around the world, I think we'll thank Blair again.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Is that Kath Matthews there waving?
Hello, hello, everyone. Thank you.
Good to see you, Kath. Old friend.
3D printing, brilliant. Wobbly 3D printing, yes. Go.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, we need more 3D printed jelly that we can then eat. So yeah, thanks very much, Blair. So I think we'll move on to our final presentation of the day. We do have one short performance after that to finish off. But yeah, Kristin, would you like to share some slides? Or oh, I can't hear your microphone actually. Still can't hear microphone. There's no rush. We're slightly ahead of time, so we can relax. Still can't hear. I'll let you know when I can hear you. That might be easier than me continually saying I can't hear. Yes, it's not coming through yet, Kristin. But yeah, we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule, amazingly. So your video is coming through really clear. So I think it's probably not the internet glitching. It looks very smooth. So
okay, how about now?
Right, I think you might have found the button. Nice one.
I found the right button. So this is a new laptop, and the buttons are not in the usual places.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing is when there's like more than one mute button and you have to press them all in the right way. Like
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try and put my headphones. Is there any echo without my headphones?
This is really clear for me. So if you're
Okay,
comfortable like that.
then I won't do the headphones just in case that triggered anything.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Okay, so let me
do you
see.
have slides or you?
Yeah. How do I?
So there should be right at the bottom of the screen a picture of a computer monitor with a plus in it.
Slides and PDFs.
Yeah.
Slides. Getting there.
Yeah, I should explain there was a slight mix-up with time zones, which is why Kristin's not quite as prepared as they could have been. But it's fine because we're still ahead of time. So
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it is not cooperating.
Oh, really?
I have. How can I mean? Maybe because it's open. Sorry about this. This is, of course, as a presenter, my biggest fear.
Yeah. But yeah, don't worry.
So should.
There's also a share screen option rather than slides and PDF. If that's easier.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Let's see. I want to do okay. This is gonna. I hope I don't have anything embarrassing. I'm gonna have to do full screen. Can you see that now?
Yes, it's come up. Shall I add it to the stage?
Okay, let me see if I can get to my slides.
Yeah. Yeah, just tell me when you're ready and I'll add it to the stage there in case you do have any secrets in your desktop. That looks good.
Let's see. It is not giving me my speaker notes, so I'm gonna have to just do this on the fly, I guess.
If you're comfortable with that, if you want to fiddle with it for a bit longer, we're still fine. But it's up to you.
What does
I
that
guess it's
do?
quite hard to get speaker notes with
Yeah, I'll just do my best.
Okay. I think what everyone wants to see also is this mug that also
Oh yes,
appeared.
can you see? No, you can't see. Wait,
Beautiful.
so my slides are now taking up my whole screen, so I can't see you anymore.
Oh,
But
okay. Well, we can see
you
it though.
There's
Yeah.
my nervous system cup.
Very nice.
One of my very, very favorite coffee cups. I have like 10 of them in different colors.
Brilliant.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen them on their website in a while. They might not have access to that particular printer anymore.
Okay.
But I used to ask for them for every holiday and birthday.
Yeah, it's always good to see connections between presentations. So that's a particularly nice one. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Sorry for distracting you.
Okay. Oh no, that's all right. You're helping me relax. I'm ready whenever you are.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So there's my start screen. So hello. I have, for most of my career, I have worked in science visualization, and then as funding for that became harder and harder to get, I started working in more general data visualization. And recently, well, I guess the last 10 years or so, I have really been trying to transition into becoming a full-time artist. And sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. So my creative process is, I used to only just create with code. I would create a particle system or formatting data. But recently I've really been enjoying drawing by hand. It's very meditative for me, and both this talk may seem a little disjointed because wait a minute, she creates with code and then she draws with a pen. How are they related? But it all comes down to biochemistry and the underlying structures that I am exploring with my art. So I'm going to start with particle system based art. So I'm sure most of you have seen this structure, this table, this torment for many young students. But it's really fascinating, especially if you start playing with how to set up this table with code. Like, how do you line them up? Why are they lined up that way? It's because of the periodicity of how atoms behave based on how many protons they have in their nucleus. And I like to use pretty colors. So when I created this table, originally it was interactive, but the technology that I created, it doesn't really exist anymore. So this leads to chemistry. For me, this is how I think about atoms. They're just little balls bouncing around, bouncing against boundaries, bounce against each other. And in my code, I'm not sure if anybody wants to hear about the code structures. I have my model behind it where I have my list of atoms. They each have their own atomic number, and their behavior in the system is dependent on that atomic number. This is more abstract than actual chemistry, so come with me on this journey, and I hope some of it is interesting. I need to go back. Okay, so at the time I started working with particle systems, it was early in my journey of becoming a computer scientist. I didn't know about quad trees yet. I was doing brute force collision detection. And that's just telling when different particles are going to bounce into each other, because my assignment was to work with this professor who was trying to create a learning tool for chemistry students. And the system programmatically had to function sort of like a chemistry, in a test tube, atoms would interact. And to do that, I had to know if the atoms were close enough to each other to form a chemical bond, like say hydrogen and oxygen forming water. And to do collision detection, it had to do all those calculations quickly enough before the frame of the animation ran out of time. So I was doing all kinds of debugging, including visual debugging. When my system detected a collision, I would draw a big red circle around the dots because I would be watching this running and I couldn't tell if anything was happening. And it was a mess. I'm much better at it now. But the fun part about this is that the visual debugging tool, the circles around circles, it looked really kind of cool. And once I got my system running the way it was supposed to, I went back to that debugging tool and I started playing with it. And I was pushing the boundaries and I was playing with colors. And before I knew it, I had created this piece. And I realized that I had found my voice as an artist. Up until this point, I did not consider myself an artist. I was just a coder. I was just playing with molecules. I took the concept and kept going even further. In this system, I've not only given each atom an atomic number, which is symbolized by its color, I'm also giving it an abstract shape. I'm taking it out of the realm of simulation and just purely exploring creative possibilities. In this image, every line represents the atomic number that this particle of another particle that this particle has been in collision with. So take it in a goofy direction and you say, okay, this image is a recording of all the conversations, all the information shared between each particle in the system. But to me, I just think it's pretty. It doesn't have to have any more meaning than that. Okay, now we get into biochemistry. Up until this point, it was just simple atoms bouncing into each other and using that as a creative starting place to create art. Now, my academic background was more in biochemistry and molecular biology, and I did not enjoy my chemistry courses until I got to biochemistry. Up until that point, I was just, memorizing things. Nothing was really inspiring me, or I just didn't get it. It didn't really click until I got to biochemistry. And that's where we start talking about bigger molecules, DNA, proteins, how proteins are formed by stochastic action, just things bouncing around. And protein foldings. So I don't have my notes here, so I'm trying to figure out where I'm going. Okay, so when proteins are formed, mRNA is created in the nucleus. And this is the messenger RNA. Yes, it's the same mRNA that is the starting point for the new vaccines. mRNA is basically the template for what a protein will be formed from. It is a linear string of codes that control what amino acids are strung together like a necklace, like beads on a necklace. And this in turn forms the 3D structure. This piece is inspired by that concept. It is a Python script that I call self-drawing code. And at the time I was learning about code reflection, and I've discovered this really cool property of Python, which is that Python can take its own string of code as data input. I thought that was really cool. So I thought, what if my Python script was like mRNA, and it is creating an image, a self-portrait of itself, based on the characters in the string of code. Now, not all of this is a bit of a jump. It doesn't stay strictly within the scope of this talk, but I really like this piece a lot. It's not a particle system. It has a lot of shared code from my old code base. But I was working with a neuroscientist on another project, and she said to me, hey, do you think you could use code to generate images of neurons? And we picked the pyramidal cells, which are in your brain. And the surprising thing is that these look a lot like actual pyramidal cells based on very simple rules and patterns for growth. Okay, so now we're moving to my low-tech approach to creating art. The last, gosh, it was a few years before COVID hit. So what, 8 years ago, I started, no, maybe almost 9. I started this creative challenge called Inktober. And you're supposed to draw by hand with a pen every day for a month. And I started doing it and I was like, wow, this is really bad. I am not good at this at all. But by the end of that month, I realized, oh, wow, I found another voice within me, or I found another aspect of my creative voice, and I can do this, and I'm not done drawing yet. That has become my Inky Days series, which I do every day for the past almost 9 years, and I have not missed a single day drawing, including when after waking up from my cancer surgery. So I do it every day. The key is to keep it simple, keep it small, and let myself mess up, because that's a big part of creativity, is being able to make mistakes and either move on from them or make something out of them. This is my pen, my glass drawing pen. Drawing with this pen changes my whole physical state in many ways. You can't, it's not like a regular pen where you just keep drawing and drawing and you never run out of ink. This is more like painting with a paintbrush, where you have to load the brush up with more ink, with more paint. My pen, I have to dip every few strokes to get the ink. Sorry, I'm stuttering here. It is more meditative to do than to talk about, actually. But the process slows me down and it makes me more calm. And this is the kind of stuff I create with this pen. I know this doesn't look like molecules to you, but it is. These blobby orange things, those are renditions of proteins. The squiggly lines and the circles, that's a phospholipid bilayer. This is an abstract representation of the membranes of the cells in your body. Now, this one is going back more to the straightforward chemistry, except I'm not so much worried about who's bonding to whom. I'm more looking at the structures that can be formed. We're verging into an area here where I wasn't sure how much science I should bring into it. There are things like p orbitals and s orbitals, and there's like physical shape to atoms of how much space they can occupy and how they can interact with other atoms. So you could imagine that these bead-like things, maybe that's a hydrogen, maybe this is a carbon molecule, but this is abstract. They're not actual representations of atoms. It's just more the theory that certain atoms can form different numbers and angles of bonds. And I start this at a single point. I don't sketch it out ahead of time. I don't compose anything ahead of time. I just start at a point. I have a set of rules and I work from the inside out. Some of my pieces don't look anything like chemistry on the surface, but this image to me is a chemical structure. I see the orbitals, I see the constraints of how they can interact with each other. And because I do have a silly side, I have to include some kind of whimsy, such as some fish swimming around. So some closing thoughts. I have a feeling I raced through this talk, but the most important thing I want to get through is that inspiration for art can come from anywhere. You know what I completely forgot to mention is that, gonna back up. This piece looks a lot like my old notes. When I was a student, most of my studying and note-taking practice was about drawing diagrams, and they didn't look this good. They were just kind of thrown together. And in fact, lots of my exams were about drawing diagrams and labeling them. And a lot of that comes through in the art I do today. I don't do as much public or student communication about science, but I still kind of do it in a semi-sneaky way by having the science be at the core of the topics I explore artistically. And it's really important to play. If I had given up on that visual debugging tool, if I had just put it away and never looked at it again, I would never have found my voice as an artist. And play is essential for that. Now, I'm not the only science artist out there. There are a lot of us. The community has kind of been split since the fall of Twitter, and the people are on different platforms. I tend to stay on Mastodon. But if you're on any other platform, including Mastodon, look for the hashtag SciArt. That is, you're going to find some interesting people. A lot of them will be illustrators. Not many are as abstract as I like to be, but I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at what you'll find. Now, years ago when I started, everybody was calling this generative art. But because that term generative has been appropriated by some companies, a lot of us are starting to call this field procedural art instead of generative. And that's it. Thank you. Let's see. I wasted it. How do I get out of this?
That was great. You were perfectly on time. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, look, there's my speaker notes.
Hey.
Okay, exit full screen. Okay.
What did we miss?
A lot, but most of it is in the paper version of this. It's like I was trying to figure out how to stitch this story all together. This is my first time talking about these two topics together. Usually I talk about one or the other, not together, but they're really both sides of me and my creative process.
Great, and your enthusiasm came across very well. So Eve made a comment, Inktober, my nemesis.
Well, I started like 9 years ago and I have not stopped.
The long October.
Well, now I do. Now sometimes I don't follow the official prompts. I don't know if even they do them anymore. But now I try to give myself an extra challenge, in October. So like some years I'll only work in black ink. So I don't let myself play with color. If you're familiar with my work, color is my reason for existing.
Nice, and I really love the quality of the lines produced with that glass pen. I've not seen that kind of pen before, actually.
They're really cool. They make Herbin. I don't know, Jacques. It's a French company.
Right. Yes.
So they're famous for their ink, but they do the best glass dipping pens I have found. My first one died. Well, it broke. I'm a lot more careful now.
Very cool. So any more questions online or in one of the watch parties?
I have a small question.
Oh, we have one in Sheffield from Nikita.
Hello.
Hello.
When you draw every day, do you kind of give yourself a time limit? Do you sometimes, if it's like, oh, I'm drawing for 10 minutes every day for a bigger piece, do you continue the next day? How does this work?
Well, I have my sketchbook. Here's yesterday's drawing. I haven't done today's yet. So you'll see that there's, there's limited space. So that's a constraint. If I really love a pattern, like I'm kind of obsessed with these floral patterns.
Mhm.
They're very calming and soothing for me to draw, and it's been well, current events have been a little upsetting, so I draw a lot of flowers now. So it's, if I really fall in love with a pattern, I start working on it on watercolor paper. And in my daily drawings, I push myself to try to mess up if I can, or not to do it perfectly. I try to push myself to try new patterns. Like the other day, I started drawing mosquitoes and I didn't like it and nobody liked it, so I'm not going to draw those again. But pushing myself, the time and space that I give myself to like explore and mess up is in my daily drawings. Sometimes it takes me 5 minutes, sometimes it takes me an hour. It depends on my schedule, I guess. If I have time, I'll do, but usually it doesn't take me very long.
Cool. Well, thanks very much. Unless there's any questions in Berlin or elsewhere, just give them a chance to.
Yes, not really a question, but Kristin, thank you for sharing this. I feel like each of the 3 elements that you shared in terms of your art was intriguing me to find out more. So I hope I'll find out more after I Google you. So I'll try to follow the
Well,
hashtags.
I'm a woman, so I'm probably not very Googleable.
No, I'll follow the hashtags. I feel like those are the breadcrumbs.
And I am writing this was an amazing experience because it really got me thinking about, okay, how do I tell this story? This is a story I need to tell. And I think I'm going to be doing more writing and more sharing of my approach.
I think that would be lovely. And thank you for reminding us about, or me at least, about Inktober. I think it was a challenge that I did like years ago. And
Yeah.
this is a sign. So I'll take it as it is and probably start it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And right now I'm participating in something called SciArt September. So that's another hashtag to look at, but that's just this month. And there's a couple different versions. The SciArt community is very splintered and not as many are on Mastodon as I wish, but I don't know, they'll join us eventually.
Yeah. Join Mastodon, everyone. That's a place to be.
It's distributed. I like myself better when I'm active on Mastodon than the big socials. I'm my better self on Mastodon than other ways.
Yeah, let's share our Mastodon accounts in the chat. So one more round of applause for Kristin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That wasn't nearly as scary as I thought it would be.
That was really good. And I think your enthusiasm came across all the more for the lack of notes, even though it might have been slightly more stressful on your part. Okay, so thank you, Kristin. There is one more thing to do today, which is a performance from Ranura Vacia. So I'll just remember how to bring that up. Here we go. So to play us out, here's Flex by Ranura. Live coding performance for you. Super. Okay, thank you, Ranura, for that.
Yay!
Oh, yeah.
Whoa! Fabulous, fabulous. I kept saying, who is this? Who is this? This is great. That was really great. We turned it up. You sounded really good. I'm sorry I don't know your name, but you're fantastic. Thank you.
That was awesome.
Great. Thank you, Kath and Federico and Ranura. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. I won't say the time because that'll just confuse things in terms of time zones, but check the website and have a nice evening or day, depending on where you are. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.